Good morning, everyone. So, Friday, March the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson. All right, guys, sorry about that. We're having problems with YouTube, cannot get it projecting. So anyway, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, March the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know you can hear me. Thank you, and see my screen. Thank you, William. So again, guys, if you're trying to see this on YouTube, can't get it to project correctly. Give me one moment. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm getting an error message. It's not on my end. I think it's StreamYard. But anyway, what is happening this morning? So I'm I'm actually watching Reddit again, guys. I want to see if we can get back over 50 and see if it gained some traction today. Got up to 57 yesterday. Still above the IPO price of 34. Now, I know William kept the room open a little bit later after 4 o'clock yesterday to keep an eye on 3 earnings plays. And look at Lululemon. Well, obviously disappointed. Lululemon down 12%, 13% right now. Look at this gap down here. So this stock is what? Is at 416 right now? 416 right now. Looks like the next low on the weekly chart is around 410 or so. And then the other one that was down is Nike, NKE. Where is Nike? Somewhere it's got to be here. There you are. It's down 6%. NKE is down 6%, under 100. So it's under 100 now. And the one though that didn't disappoint was FedEx, FDX. FDX is an earnings play, and it gapped way up here. It was up 10%. Not quite a lot, not quite an all-time high, but certainly in the upper end. Then we had some this MRNO. So this started, I think, trading as MRNO yesterday. Yeah, it started trading as MRNO yesterday. This is a SPAC that turned into MRNO yesterday. And yeah, had some crazy action. Pre-market got up to 38, slows down here at 9s, up to 24 right now, approximately 24, 23 right now. Yeah, guys, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Cannot get it working. To apologize if you're trying to hear me. You probably can hear me, but you can't see the screen. All right, what else?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chris. Yes.
You look good on YouTube now, I think. There's
Really?
2 YouTube streams going. When I load one, you're there. I didn't check the second one yet. Now it looks like just one.
Okay, you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, so it looks like there was a stream and it died. Yeah, and I can see Raul and Retired Fido. They both said that they can see you now. So maybe reload the YouTube page. But I've got you. I've got you loud and clear.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to do anything then. I mean, if they can see me, just because I'm seeing this, you see what I'm presenting, what I'm showing, right? Okay.
No, I saw that. I saw
the
thumbnail title there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Then we guess we're good to go. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Yep, you got it.
Okay, bye. Yeah, I'm not talking though, Arvin, I'm talking about in YouTube, okay? So it appears that they can see the screen, so that's okay. If you can see the screen, that's fine. And you can hear me, then it's fine. It just doesn't look that way on my end. Anyway, so NVFY trading higher. Let's see why. A big, massive gap up, 65%, probably a low float. Yeah, 1.21 million in the float. So can somebody in YouTube just post? So so I can make sure that you guys, so at least you can see my post. I just put a test post in there. I want to make sure we're going. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Casa. I'm putting some tests in here, though. I'm not seeing any responses, so I don't know if I'm in the right chat now. I just need a response so I know that somebody can, you can see my posts in YouTube. Anyway, ISPR. Okay, but can you respond to it? Can you just respond to it? Just say yes to it, anything, so I know that you guys can that I can see your posts. That's all I'm looking for right now. See what I'm saying? I put test. All I'm looking for is something that I can see from you guys. Otherwise, I'll never know if you're trying to ask me a question. Anyway, NVFY. I don't. I'm trying to see why this is up. NVFY. I can't quite see a reason. I'm looking at my headlines. I don't see a reason for NFY and VFY being up. OTLK. I was asked if I traded that. No, I did not trade that in the pre-market. I had no. By the time I saw it, it was already up here. OTLK, big up. Now there is potentially a lot of room for this to run if it wants to keep going. I mean, I know it's up 44% already. Now, I don't believe that float 370. Okay, so you cannot see my posts on YouTube. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, let me see if I can. All right, I think now this is what I'm saying. So hopefully, if I do this, you can see that test. I get rid of this nonsense. This drives me crazy every day having these little technical issues. I don't know what happened. I think on this end it was StreamYard. Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right. So OTLK, European Union patent. Union patent. EU backs new wet AMD treatment. Okay. This is supposed to be an eye disease of some sort. So that is OTLK. Okay, thanks, YouTubers. I do apologize for that. Don't know what happened. GRDI. Let's see, take a look at GRDI. This is up 25%. I was trying to look for some news. I don't see any news on it. Looks like it started trading as GRDI. Maybe it was a SPAC that turned into GRDI. Back here, early this year. In FRS, or is it still up? FRSK has had a big pop up here to 148. It's pulled back somewhat. Has room though. When you look left on the daily chart, it does have some room. The high is 122, and the next high is 153, and that's kind of where it got to. You can see that it got to 148 this morning in the pre-market, and it got stalled right in that area on the daily chart. Brothers is moving down, guys. BROS down 7%. So this has got room, obviously, on a weekly chart down to 30. On the daily chart, same thing, almost the same, 3178. So there's room underneath for BROS. It has been on a nice run over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And they've done a financing. That's the reason it's down. They've announced the financing. 8 million shares at 34. So they're raising a lot of money. So it's just a little bit underneath the financing price. Thanks, Casa. All right, guys, we are in now. Powell was talking at 9. To look at any reaction. So far, there's no reaction. A lot of the Fed guys are talking today. Oops. If I go up here. So yeah, so Jerome Powell's speech. Well, first of all, Fed's Bowman speech. I'm not sure what time that was. And then Powell at 9, Jefferson at 10, Barr at 12:15. And after the market basically closes, Bostic at 4. So a lot of the guys are talking today. I don't see really any reaction, whatever Powell is saying right now. Yeah, something's happening with this. My goodness, MLGO just launched itself now. So this is a. So this looks like this is. Well, I'm not even sure what it is. I'm sorry. It's not a SPAC. I've seen this one before. China stock. Don't know what's happening with it. Did they do a reverse split? Okay, so this is incorrect, guys. Okay, they've done a reverse split, so this is incorrect. This is not up 1,191%. This is not. This is not quite taking into account the reverse split. Okay. What is the ratio? I can't see. Well, let's see if I can see a ratio here. What is the ratio? 10 to 1, 12 to 1. Thank you. I thought, yeah, it made sense because it was up about 1,100%. So it's a 1-for-10 reverse split. Thank you, Draw. Hey guys, well, let's take a look at what's happening with the major sectors. So the market basically flat right now. I'm going to click on from our toolbar. I'm going to click on dock to channel. First of all, click on new and then dock channel bar, and then go down to the show more and sector status. Let's see what's happening with the major sectors before the market opens. So I guess we're out of the all or nothing for energy. XLE, the major ETF for energy, it used to be that they used to all be either 100% up or down or almost. Now we're starting to get a mixed bag every morning. So what you're seeing here, 56% in red, that means that 56% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's all that means. Not that that's going to hold all day. So there is really, so if you look at a strong sector right now, consumer staples 80%. That looks like the top sector in terms of percent. The rest of them are kind of, hanging around that 50-50 level. And as always, I just want to take a look at XLU to see if it's still above the 200-day utility ETF, if it's still above the 200-day moving average. Yep, still above. So they're all still above. Give me a moment, guys. All right, you're making me look at CGC. I do see it. I do see that it popped up a little bit. I mean, it's had a good week. I'll give it that. It's had a good week, 333 to 480. Maybe coming into a resistance around that 5 level. Maybe. Yeah, no kidding. Bitcoin. See, I don't have it down 3,000. I have it down 1,000, but yeah, around 6,400. So interesting the fact that we have like the different. Well, I'm on this Paxos, and you're on Bitcoin, or is that what it's called? Get something or other. Kitco. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, anyway, 60. I have it around 64,000 now for Bitcoin. I think the low this week was around 63,000. Exactly. It is trading in a range now. Let's take a look at IBIT. And we'll just sort of see that range, kind of. Yeah, sort of call this sort of the range up here. There's a high, 42. Well, that's a pretty big range, but all right, got to get rid of this. This is I don't like the fact what I might have to do, guys, is if this persists, if our provider doesn't give us the right data for MLGO, because it's not up 1,000%. This is a 1 for 10 reverse split. And so the way I can get rid of this though is add. I've got a symbol list here. In fact, I can probably do it right now. Yeah, I'm going to put this in the excluded symbol list. Okay. So I'm going to add this. Excluded symbols. So I'm going to edit this list and I'm going to put in, because it's going to take a bit for this to upgrade or get rid of it, but it'll skew the results here. It's going to, we'll have this MLGO staring at us all day. Usually takes about 30 seconds or so for this to take in it or take effect. Sure, I put it in the right one. There we go. Gone. Okay. I'll show you how you can do that if you want. I don't have to, but it is now gone. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 9:20. Let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. IDN. This is some. I've seen this one for a while. Used to see it quite a bit. IntelliCheck. Look what it has done over the last I don't know 15 weeks or so. 208. Talk about a range. Well, between about 2 and 2. Well, say 180 and 2. Yeah. So, question: how did I get rid of it? There's a way in which I can. I have created a symbol list. This I did it before, and so in a top list or an alert window or any, you can attach a symbol list. Okay, so if I right click configure and I go to symbol list, now this is a drop down. Okay, typically it is just all symbols. Okay, but what I did was I clicked on exclude the following lists. And one of the lists that I created was called excluded symbols. That's just something, I gave it that name. And so when something like that happens, I just add it to this symbol list, and then it's going to know to exclude this symbol list. And I just added it. I added that symbol in there. So now it's going to get excluded. I know you're not a subscriber, Darren, but that's how you can do things like that. The problem is that others will not know that, and they're going to see this MLGO up at 1100%. All right, guys, I now want to start my layout that I'll be using for the once the market opens. So and you see what's happened here is that now all I have to do, I have to add that. So I'm going to go to my symbol lists, exclude the following lists, and I probably did not. There we go. I'm going to add that one, excluding excluded symbols personal. I'm going to say okay. It's going to take a bit. No, see, immediately. All right, so I am now set for the open. I do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And as always, I run the risk of something just running on me immediately, but that's okay. Still breaking up, really. How about in the main room, guys? How about in the main room? How's the audio in the main room? Sound is wonky still. And sometimes it takes a while, Sort of like when you go to YouTube and how the resolution doesn't look good for first 5 or 10 seconds, and then the resolution gets better. Well, let me know, guys. I mean, I can still try this audio fix. Okay. Pepe says audio back in both rooms now. So hopefully that solves it. I hope it gets all settled before the market opens. Okay, guys, good, good. Both rooms are saying the sound is back to normal. Still keeping an eye on this Reddit, guys. I'm intrigued to see if I can get back over 50. A pretty psychological number for it to try to get through. Well, let's take a look at the OTLK. Is it still over 10? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a nice move down below 10. The next high looking left was 1072. So you're right there. And of course, if you look on the weekly chart, look at all the room it potentially has. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, now less than a minute. So again, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes, and that is just me. If you want to trade in the first 15, go ahead. But I typically do not. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we have about 8 seconds before they open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. All right. We are now open. Okay, let's see what happens here. So NVFY guys, NVFY continue well, and oh wow, good for you on the OTLK. That's a great move for you, OTLK. Very nice move. Now looking left on that weekly chart is what we were seeing. We saw 1340 or so. But look at this. So that's hopefully you got out or you took some off. Because look what happened there. I mean, 1174 and then right back down to 10. And it's probably a very low float. Can't see the float information for OTLK. Other one that was flying in the pre-market was FRSX. Got up to 148. It's pulled back. And the NVFY, let's take a look at the NVFY. So NVFY has not pulled back a lot. It is continuing so far. And when you look left on the daily chart, wow, it's got room. 433, I think. Yeah, 433 is the next high. So it's got a little bit of room. It got up to 399. All right. Foot Locker. My goodness. Now, Foot Locker, it seems crazy that this is moving the way it is. So there's Foot Locker, FL, getting right into the 200-day moving average. You can see that blue line on my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average. I say crazy because Nike had a terrible reaction to earnings, but is it recovering somewhat? Take a look at Nike. I think it is. No, it isn't. Well, sort of. I don't know what you did if you took it on this bounce here, but Nike is down 7%. So you would think that would drag Foot Locker down. I know that Foot Locker had an upgrade to 24 by City, but I mean, it's there now. It's already there. So Citigroup upgrades it to $24 price target. Now remember yesterday, AMTX guys, AMTX. So this is having a pop here. Next high in the weekly chart is around 6, a little over 6. All right, I have an alert for AVDL for some reason. I can see why. It's at that high of that week right now, AVDL. What's the volume like right now? Yeah, no volume yet. We get rid of all these previous price alerts. Get triggered. All right, MRNO. Started another one that I had a price alert set. This is all done yesterday, I guess. MPU. So it's got a little. Well, it's got some room, guys. I mean, on the daily chart, it's early though, but it does have some room. There's no volume yet. It has room to 371, but there's just no volume yet. Okay. Wow. Okay. Reddit guys, over 50 now. Popped over 50. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So Reddit popped over 50. RDT. That's the big one from yesterday. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just IDN. So I mentioned IDN. I did mention IDN. IDN, the weekly high, looks like it could have some resistance not that far away. Okay. Now, we want to keep an eye on ALAB. Of course, this was the big IPO up a couple of days ago. This is the third day it's trading as ALAB, but as high as 79, 80, almost $80 yesterday. Pulled back, closed though at 64. Not a profit taking, but it's now looking like it wants to move. Yeah, so BCAN is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, we have some halts now. MRNO just got halted. MRNO just got halted. I didn't see the NKTX. It got halted and it hasn't opened yet. These are 5-minute halts typically, guys. If you're not used to what a halt is all about, these are called volatility halts. I see that OTLK got halted probably on the way down, and it had that big down. But NKTX is halted at 1062. Let's take a look at where it could open. Okay, so most of the time the halts are 5 minutes long. So if it is a 5-minute halt, that'll open at 940 plus 56 seconds, so almost 941. And this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? So you can't see the symbol, but this is the NKTX, halted at 1062. This column is maybe giving a glimpse at where it could open, okay? This doesn't have to remain, of course, but it's saying 1070 right now, okay? So that's for that one. And then for the MRNO, the same thing. So this could have so there it is, MRNO, halted at 2439, potential open 2489. Okay. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. My guess is that's a typo, right? Amen. You probably wanted to say NKTX, not NKYX. Is that correct? All right, ISPR is just showing up on the, now is this an all-time low? This is an all-time low, guys. Man, not many shares for short. I am gonna hold off, but if I hold off, I mean, there are 20,000 shares right now at Interactive Brokers. Sometimes I will take a trade in the first 15 minutes if it's from the 10-day daily breakdown and it is an all-time low. All right. Well, you CGC followers, look out. Yeah, big move here. It's a big move, 14% with that float. Actually, the float is not as much as it used to be. I guess can't remember if they did reverse splits or not, but all right, let's take a look at MSOS to check to see what the yeah, I mean, so CGC is basically trading on its own, guys. I thought maybe the whole cannabis sector was going crazy, but not really. How about Tilray? Let's take a look at Tilray just to see if it's doing any. Well, it's up 6%. So the two big ones from Canada, CGC and Tilray. I don't see any. Okay, so this happened after hours. Okay, this news happened after hours, I think. Launches spring lineup as medical cannabis giant ramps up its diversification strategy. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's an impressive move. It's definitely an impressive move. Okay, so SPIR guys, be careful. Okay, I mean, it's a low float. It's been very, very active, of course, the last 3 days. They did a financing, and I think the financing was at 14. And so that caused a big, big drop down to 11.35, trying to recover a little bit. This is, call it an NVIDIA play. Okay, this is an NVIDIA play. Yeah, you know what I thought was hilarious, guys? Was reading, they were talking about Reddit, of course, whatever I was reading this morning. And the nerve, Wall Street bets claiming this is a pump and dump. Understand the irony. Wall Street bets calling Reddit a pump and dump after they pumped all those nonsensical GMEs and AMC and Bed Bath and Beyond, BlackBerry, all those, and now it's like they're what are those animals that eat their young? Canadians eat the. All right, now that was a laugh out loud. That was a genuine laugh out loud. Man, look at the AMTX. Yeah, but Grumpy, you understand. I mean, it all the nonsense that they pumped, Wall Street bets pumped since 2000 and well, January 2020 or whenever it started. Anyway, all right, guys. Switching my allegiance now. Back. Let's take a look at back. Whatever back is doing. Same sort of thing, though. It's got to me anyway. It's got a lot of resistance around two. Look at, I mentioned this AMTX. I did not take it. Look at this AMTX. It was just a little early for me to do anything on it, but wow. So now the next high, and this is why it was so attractive yesterday, because when you look at the weekly chart, it's the 690 was the high, and so it had a ton of room. But again, it was just a little too early for me to take it. And so look what happened. So what did it got up to? Got down up to 645. It's pulled back down to 617. Let's see if it settles down a little bit. So this had the news yesterday, something about U.S. your government approving a $200 million grant or something. I don't know what the funding, low interest rate. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the LAAC. LAAC. So there's a little bit of room to six, maybe. 598 is the next high looking left. LA Lithium Americas. This is an Argentinian stock, I guess. Not I guess it is. Well, I don't know what it is now. We have a Canadian flag here. Maybe it's called Lithium Argentina, but it looks like this is a Canadian company. Maybe I'll go pay them a visit today, headquartered in Vancouver. So, guys, I didn't take it, but I mentioned might want to take a look at ALAB, ALAB, and look what it's doing now. Very successful IPO from a couple of days ago. Interesting. I'm looking at ISPR, and this is a potential short for me. Still 20,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. None of them have been snapped up. They give zero support to any of those guys. Impressive move, I have to admit, impressive move for Cannabis. Now coming right into the 200-day moving average, maybe that'll stall it. And there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. But you look at this, and this could be stopped right there at the 200-day moving average, which is 546. So what did it get up to? I probably got a little bit above that. Got up to 547. So that 200-day moving average has stalled it so far. All right, now the SPIR, what's the spread like? 1201, 1213. Just got to be careful on it. So what traders are looking at, of course, is 2 days ago, 3 days ago, got up to 1940. Give me a moment, guys. All right, trade ideas. That's my sound alert right here. Coot. Okay. By the way, what did these guys do when they opened? NKTX, what did it do? Kind of ugly. And how about the other one, MRNO? This actually looked like it was going to pop up. Not really. So Those halts really did nothing. So this is trading as Coot. Okay, so this is a SPAC that turned into Coot today. I would question their symbol naming technique, but regardless. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, the longer that Spire, SPIR, holds, the main problem right now is the overhang of the financing, okay? The financing was done at 14. And so it's still, I mean, maybe it could get up to that financing price, perhaps, but that's kind of the overhang right now. I'm looking at a couple of the AI alerts, and nothing's really happening with them right now. So if you have our AI, guys, this is all I would do, okay? Just click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window, okay? You'll see there are 3 that start off with premium AI. So click on the premium AI strategy trades window. There are 2 alerts right now. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, will be up to you. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll never get an alert before 9:40. The first one was at 9:40. What I would do is just incorporate that window as part of your layout. So Monday morning, when you load trade ideas before the market opens, it'll be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Yeah, Reddit looks like it wants to. I think if it can get back up to 50 and hold 50 for a bit. Well, it briefly got up to 50 this morning. That might at least prove a bit of a base for it. EJH. So we've got 432,000. I'll check another website to see what they've got. I know I've looked this one up in the past. Yeah, they've got 6.6 million. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just again internal. Okay, guys. So we got STVN, STVN, STVN. I haven't seen this. Is this Stevanato? Okay. STVN. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Got a little bit of room. 29.64 on the daily chart anyway. A little bit of room. Slides on, okay, so they've done a financing at $26 a share. Wow. So it's rebounding off that financing really well. So my problem, I know we've got this AMTX. I know it's showing up in the combo scan, guys, but my problem with it, of course, is that red line. And that red line is actually, that is the next high on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart. I'd have to expand it, but it shows up on the weekly chart, so you can see it. That's not a weekly high, of course. It's on the weekly chart. This actually tells you what the next high on the daily chart is. So for me, it's just too close. Well, boy, CGC now showing up on that. Same thing, guys. CGC got stalled at the 200-day moving average. And that next high looking left on the daily chart, well, you can see it. You can see it right over there. And I know it's showing up in the combo scan, but even though I love its scan, doesn't mean I'm going to hop under the trade if I don't like what I see on the charts. All right, Worthington Steel. So this is an earnings play, guys. WS is an earnings play, and this is a lifetime high. WS is a lifetime high. It obviously does not trade very much. 139,000 shares, and that is almost 10.5 times normal up to this time of day. So this obviously does not trade very much, because if 139,000 is about 10 times normal, well, you know what normal is. It's the spread line. Yeah, the spread, it's a little tough. I know it's an AI alert. That's why I'm seeing it. All right, what is the market doing? Haven't really looked. So the Dow's down a little, Nasdaq down a little, SPY's down a little. So the market's basically flat, not doing much. Did have this big downturn. Was up here 523, got down to 521. Big. It looks big on the charts, on this chart. All right, guys, I'm getting a little more interest in the SPIR, okay? It is trying to hold that 12 level. RSI, woo, 666. Watch out. So the next high is 7, okay? Around 7 for RSI. Yeah, I just don't trust. You know what's going to happen? What has to happen for me in the SPIR is probably going to have to get into. I mean, look at these topping tails. I mean, the buyers have been trying to get it up, but sellers keep knocking it down. Maybe if it can get up to that 1224 level again later on, I just don't trust it right now. Now, Nike showing up in the scan. So in the combo scan has a little bit of room, about $3 to the next low on the weekly chart. CURI from yesterday, poking its head above $1 again. Got up to, what did it get up to yesterday? $1.05. So I know Lays is an AI alert. The next high on the weekly chart, it's right there. Okay, it is right there. 246. It's right there. I just wish it had more room to run before it hits those highs. Well, Lays again is at a very critical level. If you're in this one, I mean, there's the high 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, that's the high. And then a little while before that, 243, 250. I mean, it's just wish it had a little bit more room to run. See if it has any news. This was the news on the 21st. Was this after hours? Let's see if this was after hours. Was not after hours. So that caused, I guess, the pop yesterday for LASE. Okay, guys. 3901 was the alert, Darren. 3901. Asked. Question was, where did the AI say? Well, I mean, look at this. I mean, the problem. I mean, it. Look, it could keep running, but the spread. You've got to be very committed. Okay, guys. Well, I'm glad I did not take the SPIR. What's the story with the turbo brakes? It's a lot like a moment. It's just a momentum scan. You have it, Tim. Just all you have to do is if you do have it, it's a lot like a momentum scan. Okay, if you have it, well, right click on configure and summary. That'll tell you what it's looking for. That'll be the story. I don't have it up and running, but I think it has a lot to do with momentum. Okay, just right click on it, click on configure and then summary, and that'll tell you what it's looking for. Well, it'll tell you what it's looking for. If you think it's too active, then you can up the filter values. Okay, maybe I'm sure it must have the current volume, relative volume filter in it. So you can either up the minimum share volume. I mean, it's up to you, of course, if you're finding it to be too active. All right, another, okay, so this MRNO, it's all over the place now. On the way down, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Still tuned in for trading as MRNO yesterday. So no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, I'm not seeing too much. I was, well, the SPIR is right back up again, but it's just look at that bottoming tail now. I mean, it's a tough one. Look at the bottoming tail now on on the current 15-minute chart. Sellers had it down here. Buyers have moved it higher. At one point, the buyers had it up here, and the sellers moved it all the way down there. So, to me, it's a real tough one to try to trade. Just a little too volatile. I mean, as an intraday trader, we're looking for stocks with some volatility, but volatility with, well, actually, I don't want to call it volatility. I want to call it trading abnormally in terms of volume, and if it trades option volume too, but with some kind of a trend. Okay, what is the VWAP? Yeah, okay, 1190. Go down to the VWAP. It's possible. Christine is in the main room saying maybe SPIR pulled back to the VWAP. It certainly did. 1190 is the VWAP, so it got down to 1186 or so. So maybe that's going to hold it for a while. I think this $14 financing is just too much of an overhang right now. And you can see what happened with CGC, guys. The same thing that we were talking about before. The 200-day moving average. I'm not a big indicator guy, but certainly, I know where the 200-day moving average is. And look what happened with CGC. Yes, it popped, a few pennies above it, but that was it. Unfortunately, just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, Mohammed, it is. I don't want to call it a bug. It's just the way it is right now. The only way you can get a red line on your right, though, the non-HTML charts, is if you click on an alert from a multi-strategy window. And as crazy as it sounds, okay? Without going through sending things to Twitter. Okay, so you'll notice that when I click on, say, CGC, this is from my multi-strategy window. It shows up, okay? But if I had CGC in just an alert window, it doesn't show up for some reason. So to get the red line, you have to be on the old charts, and it has to be an alert from a multi-strategy window. I've been asking for this for months now. Company may not care though, because you notice it doesn't show up on the HTML charts, even from a multi-strategy window. And this is the direction the company wants to go. So I don't know what to say. And the reason I only have one HTML chart up is because it really, really bogs down my system. So I don't mind having one up, but even one up over the course, by the end of the day, in the afternoon, the charts do start to, you'll know the chart will start to slow down, but also it's more my computer. It really starts to drone on incessantly. All right, well, okay. Is it ready now? Give me a moment. I'm talking about I don't think it has anything to do. Well, maybe it does. I never thought of that though. The fact that the chart is standalone. Let me just bring up a standalone chart. And I'm going to click on CGC. No, it has no bearing. Okay, the fact that the charts are standalone. If this is a standalone chart, the red line does still show up on the non-HTML charts as long as you click it from a multi-strategy window. You know what? I've been talking about it. Why don't you info@trade-ideas.com. Coming from our customers is, believe it or not, more powerful than coming from me. So if you can kind of explain it. Oh, I see, standalone. I thought you meant a standalone chart, like these are all docked. I see what you mean. The way I was getting around it is I would take all my alert window. I don't have very many, and I would put them in a multi-strategy window. But you just shouldn't have to do that. All right, guys, AMTX is coming back now, but again, same problem. The red line up here, that blocked it before, and if it can get through that, and that line is around 664, the next line, the weekly, is around almost 7. Okay, guys, I'm just not encouraged with this SPIR. Yeah, back. Wow. I mean, I mentioned back probably around right around here, and it is still moving back. Coming into the 200-day moving average was around 233. Let me see if there's any news on back. IMAC Holdings. What do they do? Medical services. Oh, okay. Chiropractic. But again, coming in, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, coming into the 200-day moving average. That could stall it. A moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, I mean, again, I'm holding out on the Spire, thinking when it got up to that 12, high 1220s, I thought maybe that could get it going, but still keep an eye on it, maybe later on in the day. Well, you're up against the 200-day moving average, aren't you, retired Pardo? I think. Maybe now it's going to push through it. The 200-day moving average is 546. So yeah, it's a little bit above it now. It pulled back down below it. Now it's trying to push above it. The next high on the weekly chart, you're kind of getting into that high. No, you're not. Next high is 577 on the weekly chart. It's a question in our YouTube room. Can CGC push through that 550 level? I mean, it's still hanging around the 200-day moving average. Remember, it's an area. My goodness, back, back, back. I don't even see any news on this. Now that one powered through the 200-day, and it looks like the next high is, was it that right? 324, 284. 284 is the next high for back, BACK. You can see it right here, front and center. I had to zoom in on the charts. Well, this is how, if you're not using, I find the HTML charts are a little less responsive, but if you left click on the chart, you want to zoom. That's a question from our YouTube room. Left click on the chart, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, okay, just scroll in and out, okay? Okay, Sid? Oh, I see what's happened here. Okay, so cannabis legalization in Germany. Okay, so that's what's happened. I guess that is the reason why Canopy is on the move here. So you can see that if your government ever does approve it, maybe in the year 2100, you can see what could happen. I mean, so this is popping just because Germany decided to legalize it as a country. Okay, guys. Well, I think this is another. Yeah, so this is another cannabis play, guys. A cheaper one, FLGC. So yeah, they're all going. It's funny when I looked earlier though, MSOS, which is the one of the ETFs for cannabis. I mean, it's still not. Am I missing something here? What am I missing here? With all the cat, because normally when CGC and Tilray and all the other ones are moving, I mean, they make up basically they make up MSOS. Well, I'm missing something here. I mean, this is not even. Somebody would have to explain that to me because I don't understand why this is not moving. Yeah, the DWAC. Wow, what a red candle. Today's the day they vote. Now this is I mean, that's a pretty devastating red candle. Today's the day they vote. Don't tell me they voted no. I mean, this has been ongoing for years. Preliminary majority. I don't know what I don't know what the majority has to be, what percentage it has to be. If it's just 50%, it was just approved. Well, this is definitely sell the news. Man, oh man. Yeah, DJT. I did see that. So no more DWAC. It'll be trading as DJT on Monday. But an ETF, Derek, I mean, cannabis, CJC must be a big component of MSOS. No? I mean, I'd have to look. I'm not going to, but I'd have to assume that CJC or CGC would be a pretty big component of MSOS. Okay, guys, it is now 10:29. So go to my homepage, what you can find on my homepage. But first, I've got to get these promo codes in. Now, I don't know when these are good till. I'd have to take a look at the email that went out. Okay, guys, just give me a moment and I'll get my homepage link in. Pepe, you probably have the email that went out. Is it good till Sunday night? I have to find it, dig it up somewhere. All these promos, and then the next one starts next week. But let me explain what's going on. Okay, so we are having a price increase. So, but please listen carefully. If you are a current subscriber, the price increase does not apply to you. Okay, as long as you maintain your subscription. So, for instance, if you are a current subscriber on a monthly plan, you're paying 118 for standard and you're paying 228 for premium. That doesn't change. Okay. And if you're on an annual plan, when you renew, you'll pay the 999 for standard and the 1999 for premium. Okay. So if you are a current subscriber, excuse me, these price increases that are going to happen on April 1st do not apply to you. Now, the price increases are not huge, certainly not on the monthly plan. 118 for standard, going to 127, 228 for premium, going to 254. Okay, the annual for standard will go from 999 to 1068, and for premium, it'll go from 1999 to 2136. You didn't get the email. All the emails that I'm sure you guys get, you didn't get that one. Okay. So again, I just want to be really clear. If you currently have a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is no price increase for you. Okay. So having said that, so if you're not a subscriber right now and you want to take advantage of a really good promo, you'll get 26% off the first month only, or the entire year 28%, and you would lock in those. Okay. So remember, first month only for the monthly, so it would go to the 118 or the 228, depending on what you take. Let me get to my homepage. All right, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So obviously don't use this promo code, okay? Use Barry26 if you want the first month off, okay? And 26% off the first month only. And use Barry28 if you want to take out a yearly, okay? And next week it changes. I know it's getting a little complicated, but next week it does change. The promo, you'll still have some promo codes, but they won't be 26 and 28. I think it'll be like 23 and 25. So this is kind of like a little bit of an early bird. If you want to take advantage of the biggest discount you can get, this is the week. Next week it'll be slightly less. But remember, April 1st, we are having a price increase only for people who don't have subscriptions. So getting started, you must do the getting started. It'll run you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. 10 short videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them, okay? Trading 101, if you are new to trading, I think this is an excellent series of videos for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put these together, okay? And it is free, about 38 videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, it is free. You can sign up for it here. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is an education section right here. So if you're wondering, first of all, this is the user guide, okay? So this is the getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, stock racing, what stock racing looks like. Give me a moment. And price alerts. You see me putting price alerts all the time. So again, there's a lot of information in this user guide, like any other software program. But what I think is good about it is that it's sectioned. So if you have a question, for instance, I do get questions about, well, how do I put a sound alert, or how do I create a watch list or a symbol list? Okay, we call it. It's right there. How do I create a sound alert on an alert window? It's right here. So I'm not like, I have no problem demonstrating how to do these things, but more than likely you can find it in the guide. Okay, and the guides, I think it's really well laid out. Number one, sectioned, but also when you click on these, you'll see there's some videos and text. So even if I do explain how to do things, you should have a reference. And here's your reference, because you can easily forget, especially if you do, you might put a sound alert on your alert window today if you're listening to me. And maybe next week you want to do the same thing for another one and you forget. Well, you can go to the guide. Getting started series is again here, hammering the point home. You must do those 10 short videos. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. And so Andy and Steve switched yesterday. So it'll be Steve in our YouTube room today. And I think it's a good idea to go over to YouTube when I do take my break. Works out perfectly. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. Okay. So before I show you the scans that I'm sharing, all I ask is this: if you at some point in time in the future you are going to take out a subscription, whether it's this week, next week, or next month, please use my promo code. This is a free room. When people use my promo code, the room gets credit. Okay, the company then sees that, okay, people are hearing me, they're trying to understand. What I'm trying to do all day long, of course, is explain how you can use trade ideas. I answer questions all day long. This is not just a trading room, it is a support room also. And welcome anybody who's new today, or this week, or this month. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. So all I ask is that at some point, if you do decide to take out a subscription, just use the promo code. whatever it's going to be. I mean, obviously it does change. Now, if you're looking for my scans, now before I get into my scans, you'll notice that I've got this relative strength leaders from the close, okay? And it looks like this. Now, if you want this depiction, because all this is a top list window. If I right click, notice I checked the show tree map. This is what a top list window has looked like for years and years and years. But we introduced another way to present this data. And all you have to do is you take your top list window and you right click and show tree map. And then it'll look like this. If you do not have that option, it says show tree map, you must download the latest beta. Okay. And so if you go to my homepage and you scroll up a bit and click on the download link, and you'll see there is the beta. The beta is absolutely fine. Okay. I would download the latest beta. If you want to have your top list, any top list, and not just this one, and you want the data presented like this, and you can sort on all sorts of different columns and filters. Okay. I'm sorting on the change from the close, but I could sort on, the change, the biggest changes in the last 5 minutes, 30 minutes, the change from the open. You have your choice of how you want to sort it. I just like to see it like this. Okay, now my scan. So if you're looking for my scans, scroll down to the middle section, and here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So for instance, the pre-market act goes up and down. This is what I look at in the pre-market, obviously, but I look at it like this. Before we had the tree map presentation, it was only in a like the grid format. So when you load this, it'll more than likely be in the grid format, and you can turn it into this though, just by clicking on show tree map. This is the halts resumes over here. Very active again today. This is the scan. I really do like this scan. Not getting anything great from it today, but the combo scan. But again, I use it like a watch list. There are only 4 that have appeared today. And so I use it like a watch list. Sometimes, you get an alert early. Maybe it doesn't start to work immediately, but maybe later on in the day, it might start working. So what I usually do is put a price alert and get alerted, excuse me, where the original alert happened, and maybe it starts working later on. Abnormal option activity, I think that's a good one also to take a look at. Again, you don't get too many alerts from these. So I have a lot of different ones that you can take a look at. I don't have them all up and running, but you can take a look at them. And if you want to know what they're looking for, typically, and I'm going to demonstrate the momentum scan, which is right there. Unbelievable back. I mean, I saw this at 2 and thought it would be blocked around that 220 mark, not even close. But I'm going to demonstrate what, first of all, what we are all about as a company in terms of creating scans. But I'm sharing, as I'm saying, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You could just look at this one all day long. And if you're just looking for stocks, which, if you're an intraday trader, you should be looking for the stocks that are trading abnormally. You can look no far further than just this presentation right here, the relative strength leaders from the close. But I do want to get a little more detail about what Trade Ideas is all about. And this is a momentum scan. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. So we are obviously we have screening capabilities, and let me explain what I mean by that. If I right click configure, there are a lot of screening programs out there, but what we're excellent at doing is real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the volume or the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's at least 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was back at 10:43 plus 42 seconds. okay, which is basically, it's 1044 right now. Well, Eldon, ELDN just made a new high of the day with all these filters satisfied. Okay, that is what we are really, really good at. I mean, we can screen if you just want to see screening, fine, but the whole trade it is just so good at real-time alerting. So if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. If you don't like the price range, if you don't like something else about it, you can make changes. I don't want to force people to look at something like this because that's what I like to see. You might hate that price range. Maybe you want only between $1 and $10. Maybe you're only looking for stocks under $5. Maybe you're a penny player, 10 cents to $1. Okay, up to you. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. So right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we have. And right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day or the new low of the day. Okay, the two most popular alerts by far. But we have a lot of other ones. I'm going to scroll down through them. And when I keep scrolling and I come get these icons, these are the filter icons. Again, don't look at all this and think, well, this broker, look at that. It keeps moving higher and higher and higher. Don't look at this and think, well, this is way too hard for me. How can I possibly learn all of these real-time alerts and filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. I only use a handful of them. I mean, the only two alerts I really use are the new high and low. That doesn't mean all these other ones are bad. It just means that based on my trading style, that's all I need. Okay, that's all that means. The only reason there are so many filters and real-time alerts is that with thousands of customers and all the different types of trading styles out there, the company had to create like enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. So I'm sharing a lot of scans in this toolbar up here. At it, I click on new and then doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans in here also. Okay, a lot of scans in here. So if you don't want to build your own scan, it's a possibility that you'll see something that you like from the scans I'm sharing. You might see something that you like from the other traders. That's why I'm saying go to the YouTube room between 12 and 1. They have different scans. So it's possible that you will never have to build your own scan. Maybe just tweak it. Like you don't have to build your own scan from scratch. Maybe you just have to tweak it. And by tweaking it, again, you may not like this price range, so you might want to change that. Maybe something else. Maybe when you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you'll see a filter that you love and you might want to add it. Maybe you want a different real-time alert. Maybe you want a new 5-minute high or a new 30-minute high or a new 10-minute high or one of the others. I mean, it's up to you. But if you don't want to create anything, more than likely, we probably have something for you. Meanwhile, back to back, this was never been shortable for me. I mean, look, guys, I mean, the next high, incredible. I mean, the next high is 541. I still do not see any specific news for this one. I see nothing today on it, other than the fact that it's a low float, 1 million in the float, which is basically the news. That's why a stock can go up 187% because of the low float. And this is not optionable. I can see that right now. That's why it's not showing up on the combo stand. But you can see that it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout right there. That's where I saw it, the 10-day daily breakout, 10:18 Eastern time at $2. So the way I have this organized is that this is VR stands for don't repeat. And I'm sharing these scans, okay? I'm sharing these scans. So this stands for don't repeat. This is the repeating version. So I like this because I can go back and say, okay, we had an alert for back, BACK, at 10:18 Eastern time. The alert was at $2. What has it done since then? Well, you can see right over here, every time it made a new high, you will see it here. Now, are they all like that? Of course not. But that's why I like to have it organized like this. So I can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from that very first alert? And I'm sharing those scans. They're called the don't the daily breakdown and the breakout and the don't repeat version and the repeating version. You can have your pick, or you can have them all. X4. We saw X4 yesterday, didn't we? Was this? I think this might have been. Yeah, we saw the X4 yesterday. I mean, it's been on a great run. I mean, a few days ago, this was an 84-cent stock, 145 now. Okay, it's coming into 10:50 now. Anybody speaking at 11? No. So 10 o'clock, Jefferson talk, one of the Fed presidents, and did that affect the market? Let's see at 10 o'clock. Yeah, might have. There's the 10:15. Actually, no. I mean, there's the 10 o'clock. There's the 10:15 candle, but there's a 10:30. So maybe you kept talking. I don't know. Give me a moment, Chris. And oh, you probably can't hear me, but give me a moment, guys. Moment. Well, the spread must widen sometimes, Tim, because I'm seeing it right now at 216, well, 212, 216. It was 214, 216. I mean, not terrible, but anyway, I mean, it's nothing to look at though. That was a long alert. Maybe later on, it comes back. So what I'm not seeing today is, I mean, obviously there've been a few, but I'm not seeing a lot of trend follow-throughs. I mean, obviously the back was insane, and I'm not seeing some of the other things that I'm seeing. I'm just not seeing a lot of trend follow-through. Boy, look at this though. I mean, this is the next high in the weekly chart. We're back, and it may even correspond to the next high on the day. Yeah, it's about the same. So the next high in the weekly and the daily chart for back, BACK, is way up here at 541, and no news at all that I can see. Relative volume 283, a million, approximately a million in the float. It has traded the float about 20 times today. It's traded 20 and a half million. Divide 1.06 into that, and then you'll get your float turnover. All right, another cannabis play, guys, ACB, but another one that's coming right into a high. Look at this red line on the chart. And again, you can only get that red line if you're on the older charts and if you click on an alert from a multi-strategy window. So you can see that. Now, the other thing I see, if it can get through that, the next high is around 465 on the weekly chart anyway for ACB. Another cannabis play, guys. OGI, another cannabis play, cheaper than, well, one of the cheaper ones. These are all pretty cheap. Well, guys, I'm again, I'm going to keep an eye on the SPIR. I mean, look at these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers have been trying to knock this down. You don't see quite the same topping tails, which would mean that if the sellers keep knocking it down, but the buyers are, they are showing some resolve at keeping at least over 12. Yeah, another one, Sundial. Another cannabis play, SNDL. Look at a lot of them coming into daily highs. Well, good for you, retired Fido. You took this one, I think, on the 550 break or around that area, and that's the CGC. I don't see a big red yet. Wow, this is a classic, guys. Selling the news. I mean, waited years and years and years for this merger to take effect. The DWAC. It finally was announced today that it is officially taken effect, but up to $48. And look at this sell-off now. It'll start trading as DJT on Monday. Not shortable for me. They probably got all snapped up. I don't know if they were probably shortable for me earlier. They probably got all snapped up from IB, Interactive Brokers. And if you are short this, if you're able to get some shorts, your next low is around 32, right down here. It'll be interesting to see how it trades on Monday. Again, it'll be DJT, so all you have to do is put DJT. It'll start trading in the pre-market. I'm just going to put a price alert of 1. Well, so back finally gave it up, guys. Again, there were no shorts available for me to short for back, BACK at Interactive Brokers. The VWAP's at 303. So maybe the VWAP, look at that. Look at this, guys. Maybe the VWAP holds it. 303 is the VWAP. All right, guys, maybe the VWAP holds it. Okay. VWAP is at 303. What did I say? 303. Maybe the VWAP holds it for a while anyway. I'm not a big VWAP player. I have taken this one. I'm not a big VWAP player, but I thought I might as well try it. And of course, if it gets close to the VWAP, I'm out. Well, it's getting closer. Now the issue, yeah, let's see what happens here. I might be getting out almost now, or not. Excuse me. Hey guys, I'm just watching the back, the VACK. I'm in it. Okay, I am in it, but I don't want to see it get down. Certainly not below the VWAP. I kind of wish there was some news about it, but there doesn't appear to be any news. It's just kind of doing it. Some group somewhere has probably got a hold of this. A million in the float. I don't see any specific news today about it. I'm not looking for much, guys. I mean, this is more of a test for me, really, to see, just play a little VWAP play. I'm not looking for much. He's watching that. Shoot, I probably should have taken some off. Again, I'm not looking for much. Got up to that level here, the 323 level. It's basically where it is now is where I got it. Okay, around the 314 level. So okay, guys. Well, Reddit's having a nice little, not a bad little move now from the lows of the day. From 45.33. So it is popped up almost $3 from the lows of the day. Wow, CGC, no pullback yet, guys. It just doesn't want to get through that 320 back in any significant way yet. I call this kind of a play. Well, we call it a VWAP play, of course. But people who missed it the first time are itching to try to see if they can get in at some level. And so the VWAP is, can be an area where people look. It could be maybe a moving average that people like, depending on your trading style, maybe it gets to a certain moving average and that moving average holds. Okay, I'm out, guys. Disappointing. Little disappointing. Now, if it were shortable for me, I'd probably be just flipping the script in my head and shorting this, but it is just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, if it gets back up to this 324 mark, I may take a look at it again, but I had a little bit of a profit in it, but I was looking for just a little bit more. I was hoping to get into the high 320s, but c'est la vie. Well, Reddit guys, I mean, I think if it gets back to 50 and holds 50, I think this could have, a run. Got up to 51 earlier today. Well, guys, I mean, look, I mean, I know I keep talking about this SPIR. The reason I do it because look at what happened a few days ago. Excuse me, 3 days ago. Got up to 19 something, and this is basically it's an Nvidia play. Okay. Well, I got out before 303, Kevin. I manually I don't put stops in like that. And not because I don't have any, I don't, I don't look at the I mean, that's sort of a conspiracy theory. Like, listen, and maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. I don't really think the market, especially in stocks like this, I don't think the market makers are hunting for stops. I may be completely wrong, but I don't put stops in. This is all mental. My stop is the worst I want to do. So that 303 was the worst I wanted to do on it, but I got out earlier. The minute it got back into the when it took out 310, it got down to that 308, 307. I said, enough. Well, that has been around for years, the market makers hunting stops. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't really again, I don't put stops in. If I had, if I were in about 10 trades or I don't know, even 3 or 4 trades at the same time, I would probably do something like that. I would have to. But I'm usually in no more than 2 trades at a time. And so I manage my exits. I manage my exits manually. Okay, so okay, first of all, what do I think about Google? Will they continue? I have no idea. Okay, I really don't make predictions like that. This is in our YouTube room, David Gaming. I have no idea. I mean, it's almost at an all-time high. Will it keep going? I don't know. I'm not a swing trader. Okay, so things like that, I don't really pay that much attention to. But look, I mean, at 155 looks like the all-time high up here. Had earnings, April well, it has earnings coming up in about a month. When earnings season starts again, okay, so it'll have earnings in about a month. Whether or not that it keeps moving, I don't know. Okay, so Ronan, regarding this window here. So first of all, do me a favor. Do you have a top list window open at all? Can you load a top list window? The reason I ask is that this is just a top list window that with the data being presented in a different way. So if I right click if, and I uncheck that show tree map. So this is a top list window, okay? So if you right click on a top list window and you do not see that option that says show tree map, then you have to download the latest beta. So can you do that for me? Do you have a top list window that you can open and then just see whether or not you've got that show tree map as an option? Okay, all you have to do is right click on the top list window and just see whether or not you've got that option that says show tree map. Okay. The reason being is if I give you this and you don't have that option, you won't, this is what it will look like probably. Okay. You will not get the presentation like this. I mean, I can give you this, but you won't see it. It will not look like this. Can you hear me? Am I on mute? I'm not, I know I'm not on mute. I'm talking to, I know you guys can hear me. I'm just talking to Ronan. See if he can hear me. Look at Reddit now, guys. Boy, it's getting closer. It's getting closer to that magic 50. 50 to me is just a big psychological number. So you've put some kind of script in there that I'm not, don't know the language. So he can't hear me. Okay. Really hard. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so back is back a little bit. Okay, a little bit. But I have my doubts. I just sort of have my doubts on it. So, but you never know. Okay, guys, look at Reddit, guys. Reddit's getting closer and closer to that magic 50. I mean, I call it magic. I mean, I just think that 50 is a hugely psychological number. So if we can get back over 50 and hold 50 for a while, it may have a run off 50. It may. Speaking of which, there's the Reddit Okay, so now it's at that 50 level again. Moment, guys. Come on, SPIR. It had that nice pop into the 40s, and now it's come right back down. No, maybe not into the 40s. Okay, guys, Reddit, Reddit, Reddit. I mean, I'd love to see it just base a little bit here, okay? Rather than have a huge pop up. Well, if you're in it, I want you, of course, I want it to pop up for you, but I'd rather see it personally because I may take this and I may hold a little bit. I don't swing trade very much, but I may hold a little bit. But what I'd like to see is just kind of, give a good solid base, just a little bit over 50, that which would provide a good stop. All right, YCBD. Now that's another. Isn't this another? Yeah, this is another cannabis play, guys. Another cannabis, but wow. YCBD, another cannabis play. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Through the 200-day moving average. Looking left. 174 is the next high. It is halted. Come on, Spire. Hold this. Well, it's finally doing what I was hoping it would do earlier, but it is. See, it just had to hold that 1220 area for a bit. I don't completely trust it, but give me a moment, guys. So where could this open? Okay, YCBD, where could this open? And the answer is this is from Interactive Brokers. So not giving us a big clue. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is showing the halt price 129. There's the symbol. This column can show you, give you a bit of a clue where it may open, but it's not really telling us anything. And will it open in 5 minutes? 127 plus 37 seconds would be 5 minutes. All right. If this is going to be a 5 minute halt, this will open in a little more than a minute. 11:27 plus 37 seconds. So a little more than a minute if this is a 5 minute halt. You can see the last one was it halted at 11:16 plus 27 seconds, halted right on the right at the second 5 minutes. Well, let's see if this Reddit can just hold 50, just hold 50. I think that'll give a lot of people confidence. And it's all about because looking left. I mean, it got up to what, 57 yesterday. All right, guys, 10 seconds. If it's a 5 minute halt for YCBD, if it's a 5 minute halt, and here is, whoops, wrong one. And right now, there it is. It's opened. Okay, little bit of a pop up, but not much. Where's the halt? Halt was at 29. Now this is the second halt. Sometimes what I'll do on the first halt is I'll watch to see how it trades, and if it pops and then drops below the halt price and then it gets back up to the halt price, and I may take that trade, but that's usually only on the first halt. This is the second halt. Well, Reddit's doing its level best to keep around that 50 mark. Halted again on the way up, on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down this time. Me, Well, unless the sound is splotchy for everybody, I'm not going to do anything. So, how about a sound check for everybody or for others? Because sometimes it's your specific computer. Okay, so Tim is saying clear. So clear, Sean. So we got two clears and one splotchy. So far, that we can use statistics. 66%. Dwayne. So it's got to be on your end, or sorry, Mark too. Got to be on your end. Okay. You know what, guys? Probably I'll regret this, but I've taken myself out of the Spire trade, SPIR. I'll probably regret it, but I just don't have the faith in it. Made a little bit, but not certainly not much. I was hoping it would get into the 1250s, 1260s. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I can always do that little fix. I think it's strange, for some, and the sound is good all the time. All right, I did the little fix. Let's see if that helps everybody. Time is it right now? 11:32. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Steve will be taking over in our YouTube room. All right. YCBD just opened again. Yeah. So that back, I did try to trade this on a VWAP play. Didn't work, but obviously it didn't work. I mean, you always have to have a stop. Money management is so critical. It didn't work, but yeah, Reddit. And I see the Spire is right back up again. It's probably going to go without me. If it didn't have that overhang with the $14 financing that it did yesterday, but it's being digested. Wow, CGC right back up, guys, and made another new high for the day. CGC made another new high for the day. Look at the volume. This is the volume. Well, this is this week, but the volume really. Actually, it's had a pretty good week, I guess. But look at the volume today. So this will probably eclipse the volume of 4 days ago. In fact, not probably, it definitely will. We're only at 11:35 right now. A lot of time left. All right, what is this NCMI doing? NCMI? Well, what it was doing, it was up here, but now there's a red bar, NCMI. I don't think this is shortable for me. Oh, there are 8,000 shares available. This is actually a short opportunity from our AI. Very cheap. I typically do not short stocks under $5. That's not a suggestion to do the same thing, but or not to do the same thing. Well, I guess people don't believe that Paramount's going to be taken over at $18. I mean, let's see if there's any more news on this Paramount. This was the big news a couple of days ago that Apollo, I think, was making a bid for them, and it seemed to be at $18. That's what it worked out to be. Aha! Wait a minute. So this is maybe the reason, guys. Paramount drops on report company is not seen selling its studio separately. Okay, so that is. I mean, listen. This may may not be correct. When I say not correct, I mean it still may happen, but I guess that's the reason they're not looking at selling their studio separately. Well, she's been around forever. That Sharon Redstone, a medium mogul. Okay, now this IDN is showing up and the 10-day daily breakout. Now I know it's now look at this. So the next highs, again, I'm so conservative, but the next highs look like they're around 270, which is, for me, just too close. I mean, if you told me it was going to get from 246 up to 274, I'd take it, of course, but was that Sumner Repstone or was that the guy's name? Or was that somebody else? Very blue blood with a name like that. Sumner. Well, she may have inherited, but she's been around for a long time. Well, let's see if I'm going to be right about this IDN and really struggling to get up into this area. I may be wrong. What's the float? 16 million. Actually, it's an earnings play also, so it should be active all day. Look at the volume that came in. It's the time, 11:41. So this still has another 4 minutes to close. I mean, this could challenge that opening 15-minute candle. Certainly going to be the second one. Look at the volume that came into IDN. This is an earnings play. Did not realize it was an earnings play. All right, guys. Well, take a look at DWAC now. Maybe it's going to have a little bit of a comeback here. You can see what happened. The news came out that the deal is finally done. It'll start trading as DJT on Monday, and it's trying to take this out now. This 41.48, trying to. That's the high of that candle here. So maybe trying to wipe this out. XTLB now showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Big week it's had. Huge day 2 days ago. And now it's above that high. XTLB above that high. Well, I hope you're right. I hope it works for you. Obviously, Shady. Okay, guys, 11:42. So in about 18 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve will take over from me in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at some of these early ones. NVFY. Let's see what it's doing now. Yeah, just terrible. I mean, I'm just not a big pullback player. Let's see if it pulled back to any sort of level. So there's the VWAP 375. So you can see the VWAP, no attempt to hold it. The 200-day moving average is way down here. Not shortable for me. Never was shortable for me, I don't think. So all right, let's take a look at BCAN. Did the reverse split today. And it is a Cannabis play. Well, they couldn't have come out. You would have thought it'd have a little more of a pop. I mean, I know it's a reverse split today, but you would have thought with all the other Cannabis players. Okay, so William will keep the main room open until 3:30 today, okay? So I'll be taking off at around 3, and William will keep the main room open until 3:30. That's what he's just telling me now. Thank you, William, as always. Oh, you got it. Okay, Ronan. Good. Oh, you can't hear me? Well, look, I may be completely wrong about this IDN, but it is challenging. There are actually interesting. There are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. 2 million shorts available. I just have this feeling that at 270, look at this weekly chart. It looks like it should stop from going higher, just based on that weekly chart. Now, it isn't. It is an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. It does not trade very much, you can see, because I mean it's 1.3 million, but that's 107 times normal. Okay, up to this time of day. Well, I'm just looking at the weekly chart, William. I mean, it just sort of looks like all this here could stall it. Well, let me ask you this, Shady. Where is your stop with Paramount right now? PARA. In case it really starts to move down. I see the next low looking left is around 11. That's what I thought, because when you look at this daily chart and look at, we've got about 3 days, bottoming tails right there, right around 11. So that makes sense. And again, I could be completely wrong on this IDN. I mean, it's now showing up on the combo scan. Maybe it just breaks right through all this. That red line you see here, that is actually the next high on the daily chart. It's actually the next, almost the same as the weekly chart. Looks like that next high is around 270, yeah, around 270 or so. Okay, well, it's 11:50. Let me see if I can quickly help you. Mohammed, first of all, but I'm going to show you, I'll demonstrate something on the screen. Mohammed's asking about docking. Excuse me, docking to me is sort of it's an advanced topic. Probably most of our customers do not dock. I know I dock, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. But let me just show you on our homepage, my homepage, okay? If you, I'm sorry, not put in the wrong page, my homepage. Okay, so on my homepage, so you click on it and you'll be brought up here. Scroll down until you get to the education section. Click here on the education section and then click on the user guide. And then there is a whole section on docking. Okay, where is it? Where are you? Docking. Okay, there's a whole section on docking. Now, so okay, are you talking about now? Like here I've got a couple of, I've got these docked, I've got this docked. So what are you trying to do? Obviously, you're able to dock, right? But are you trying to create one giant dock, which I'm not, which is probably not a good idea if you're trying to create one giant dock. I'm not even sure you can do that. So what are you trying to actually do? I have multiple scans and dock channel bars, but scans and dock window are not glued together, so they move So have you ever created a doc? Talking to Mohammed. Have you ever created a doc window? Because I can show you how you can do that. If that is what the actual question is. Well, I'm going to be taking off pretty soon, but let me just show you, okay? And for anybody else who wants to create a doc window, I mean, it's not necessary, but if you do, you click on new and then docked window, okay? This is what showed up on my other monitor. And unfortunately, I can't move it over until I give it a name. So what happened is when I clicked that, a little box showed up and I gave it the name called test, okay? But a little box showed up and you just put the name of the dock window that you want to create. So I called it test. And then if I want to put any window, charts, whatever, well, I'm showing you how to create a dock window. So you give it a name. And now if I want to put this in it, if I right click and if I right click on this alert window, I click on duplicate into test. Okay. Now it's in it. Now it's in the dock window. If I have another, okay. So you were able to create it. And then I could just keep doing that. Are you sure you're grabbing the top? And you don't grab here, right? You don't grab here. You'll create it free floating again. Okay, maybe that's what you're doing. Okay, because if you have to grab the top. If I grab in here somewhere, then it becomes, I'm going to get whatever window I'm grabbing, if it be it a chart, whatever I'm grabbing, it'll become free floating. Maybe that's what you're doing, because you can see, I just put that one in here. You don't have any other individual windows open. Ah, I called one crazy low floats. Okay, nothing in here. Again, I do the same thing, right click, duplicate into test. That's because that's what I gave it. That's the name I gave it. And now to move it, now I can move this anywhere I want. So I want to have crazy little floats on this side, to the left, Momo on the right side. If I want to have Momo underneath, you just have to, now here's where you do grab the header. Okay. And then once that icon shows up, and this is why, guys, if you're listening to me and think I can't learn that, you don't have to. Okay. But you can see when I grab up here, it moves around. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be with you. As long as you grab at the top. I think maybe what you're doing is you're grabbing one of your windows, and sure, it becomes a free floating window. And then to get it back in, you just click that middle button. Okay. So I mean, it takes a little practice, but maybe is that what you're doing though? You're not grabbing. You have to grab right at the top here, and then believe me, everything will move. All right, guys, it is now 11:56. I better put my announcement in. Steve will be showing up really soon. Give me a moment. Now, if I haven't answered your question correctly, look at this IDN. So I'm wrong. I mean, look at this. No, I guess that was no resistance whatsoever. So let me put my on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET, of course. So do you see what I was doing, Mohammed? I think what you're doing is you're not grabbing the dock window in the right area. You're probably grabbing like down here and trying to move it. And then yes, what'll happen is anything within the dock, if you grab it, it'll become independent again. Okay, free floating again. You want to move your dock around like this, you have to grab at the top here, sort of at the title area. Okay. I think that is probably what you're doing. Okay, guys, and here is the YouTube link. He's not there quite yet, but he'll be there very soon. Music. Just out of curiosity, can you hear my wife talking in the background? I know sometimes. No, okay, so that noise canceling is working great then. Because I know sometimes it has picked up. My wife is home today, so she's home today. So sometimes it picks up. Okay, cool. Boy, that's one of the best software programs I've ever bought. The noise canceling software. Hey, it's so cheap. And there he is. Okay. Steve is in the YouTube room now, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And hello, Steve.
Hello. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah.
You can hear me good. All right.
I can hear you. I can hear you well. I'm going to correct you there. I can hear you
Yeah.
well.
Well, you should see my setup. I got the boom mic and I look like a total like official podcaster now.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, what did you have before?
Just a little headset.
Oh,
But
really?
yeah. But I heard you talking about noise canceling, and like this one has a really, really good software too. So I mean, it's amazing. You can't hear anything in the background.
You
Such as
can't, but what about, so it
Oh,
has
I
it built.
can. Yeah, yeah. So I was meeting with Michael yesterday, and there's a ton of noise, and he goes, I can't hear it. So nice.
Cool. So that's built into the mic
Yeah,
itself. Oh, I
yeah.
see.
The soft,
Okay. Yeah. Well, this
yeah.
little software program, it's called CRISPR. I mean, if you don't have it built in, I mean, it costs next to nothing, and it's amazing how well it works.
This is the same one that Michael got, so I kind of let him do all the
Okay.
research ahead of me and show me how to use it.
Sure. Sure. All right, my friend. Well,
All right. I don't have
I'll
a
let you
meeting,
go.
so I mean, you can come back at your leisure.
Whoa. Okay. I'll see you around 2 my time or Eastern
Okay.
time.
If I can tap dance that long.
Okay. Okay, Steve. Take care.
All right. See. All right. Let me put that over on mute. Say hello to everybody. RTG. All right. I assume I'm all caught up on questions there in the YouTube room. Again, once and always, this session every day at 12 Eastern is designed for new users. So you guys have the priority. Don't feel bad about jumping in. If you need help, we can't do it on the phones. It's impossible. Chat, we can try. We can drop links. But, the best way to help somebody figure something out is to show them in live real time. I mean, it's just like we're sharing desktops here. Rather than us coming in and peering at your desktop, we don't have the bandwidth to do that individually. Trust me, a lot of people would love that. That's why we do this 1 hour every day where I'm not trading unless I see something I want to. I'm going to do some sim trading. We're going to do some demonstration of sim trading. I'll talk about that. But the point is, my focus is on the chat window to help people use the program. So with that said, let me grab a couple things here. All right. So let's take a look at what's going on around the market. Sometimes I like to start with that. And you can see I've got FAS up here. I actually have a position. So it's a short position. I have been, for the last couple of weeks, making attempts to hit a pretty good home run, but I do it with extreme contrarianism. What am I talking about? Let me do the reverse of this. XLF, the financials. Here's the daily chart of the financials. I got to bring my pen out. And we've had a really good run, and we got way ahead of ourselves here, as you can see. Yesterday was a nice 2-day run. Now we've got all this space between our moving averages. As I would say to many people, never, ever, ever, ever be the person to buy and establish a new position on a candle that looks like that or a chart that looks like that. Well, I'm kind of doing the pro deep end of the pool version opposite. I'm shorting. I shorted here on the open XLF by way of FAZ. Now, I told Andy, this is my plan. Oh, you missed the Telecaster in the background? Yeah. I could turn the camera on, but I don't like to. Not always. I do for my podcast and for my other videos, though. I love that Telecaster. I was playing it last night. I need to take it into the guitar doctor. There's an amazing guy who tunes guitars. He took my bass and my acoustic and my Spanish, but I'm afraid to let him have my Telecaster because he's got like a 6-week backup. So back to the chart. I shorted up here, and like I was telling Andy, I'm not looking to scalp this. All right, here's my plan. I'm looking to either take a paper cut loss or go for the jugular. What do I mean by that? Well, jugular to me would be down here to the 50-day moving average. I'll take that. And if I take that by way of being long FAS, which I am today, hello, Shaw. Here's FAS. Okay, I bought on the open down here, reversed. I waited for that little typical, wait for the clean out right there. They ran the stops, and I got long around here. No pain so far. Completely contrarian. If you look at the daily chart, the inverse here, completely contrarian. So I'm willing to take a little paper cut if I'm wrong, but risk reward. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a day. Maybe something happens over the weekend. Thank you. Yeah, risk reward. So I don't recommend this for newer traders, but the point is the entry, I think, is so contrarian and safe. Risk reward again, if you will. I waited. I didn't jump in at the open. I waited for, a good half an hour down and up. And then that little reversal wick kind of said, okay, the coast is clear for a possible low risk reward. Again, I'll take a paper cut if I'm wrong, but I'm not going to scalp out. What does that mean? I'm not going to sell here and go, yeah, no, I'm looking for this or this. I'm looking for something major. And that's why you use these triple levered ETFs. I don't sit in these things, and nobody should, because they've got decay. If you sit in these things for too many nights in a row, you will lose in decay. But if you can time it right and you can get a 2 or 3 day pop, pay me and I'm done. The life of low risk reward is a rough road. Don't ask me how I know. You just you've got to be disciplined and hope that you don't get a gap down. It still looks like a bearish engulfing pattern today. Pull back on its way, perhaps. Patrick, what in the hell is going on with Beat this morning? One of my investments. Notice the relative volumes off the charts today. Why? Let me show you. Pre-market. All these wick zip up to $2.89 pre-market. It did as much volume in pre-market as it would do normally. And then it just bleeds. No news. I have no idea what to make of that. but it's okay because I'm not a swing trader on this one. I am an investor on this one, not selling. This is the bigger picture investor. Okay, great. I'm still just kind of sitting in that, this whatever. But I woke up, had my coffee, and thought, oh, maybe today's the day. Something happens. Looking at the news, nothing. I know you're familiar with that stock, Patrick. All right, so what Patrick's talking about is the engulfing pattern in XLF. Let's just look at it. So if we were to close right here, we're not, but it's a big if we were to close, or even lower. We might even come test this 130 today. Be fine by me. This becomes what we call an engulfing candle, and a bearish engulfing candle at that. Let's zoom in, because for those that don't know, the color of the body of the wick, the body is greater than the body of yesterday, and the lower body is lower than the lower body yesterday on the opposite color. That can be a reversal pattern. Another thing we can do here to try and get more information on what's going on with the financials. I mean, obviously, this has been an unbelievable bull run. At some point, they reverse, and the competitive old wizard in me wants to beat my chest and just for my own notification say, yeah, I nailed that one. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's a paper cut, I hope. I want to look at the weekly is what I was getting at here. Let's go to the weekly. Let's see if we see anything else. Now, mind you, we're not closed yet, but this is going to be an end of week candle. And interesting, look at this, how the weekly chart, and here's, wow, we're right at that level right now. So if I didn't do this, I wouldn't know. Weekly chart going back here. This was our prior high. I'm probably a bit, I can come up a little bit. There we go. And that adjusted in my 15-minute. That's what I'm looking at here. Ooh. So not only are we corresponding with the intraday 10 SMA, dripping and giving us confirmation the downside momentum may continue here in the XLF, but when we look left, we took out a prior high. And boy, did we expend any energy on this long trip to just kind of get up and ring the doorbell? Are we going to collapse? I don't know. I'm saying I think the odds are favoring that. And so that's why I'm doing that. And now that I look at this, I'm just kind of giving myself a bit more confirmation to stay in this trade. Again, I'm going for the jugular. I'm not going for a scalp. Paper cut, if I'm wrong, up here. But if I'm right, that's a healthy pullback, right? I mean, who can't ask for that? So, you know, normally this isn't the kind of stuff I talk about or advise, but I've seen just about every scenario in the market, and what the market is telling me, again, a tired weekly chart. That's a lot of weeks in a row without a freaking restroom break, right? This thing needs a rest stop. The kids are screaming. It's not too much to ask to pull back down here. So that's what I'm playing over there. Thought you guys might find that interesting. All right. You're right, Patrick. So that was the engulfing XLF that Patrick referenced. Shaw, hello. What's my expected price target for XRP in long term? I think I do hold XRP. I do hold XRP. Let's take a look, shall we? So I'm using TradingView. I've got my watch list over here. Let's go to the daily. Again, I can't do this in trade ideas, else I would. So the daily is giving me something in Bitcoin. I'm translating, again, my 10-day moving average, right? You guys know I like that. So it's still price action, 10-day, 10-day. Right about here, we lost it. We lost our momentum in Bitcoin. So now it's rolling over, and we've got the price action throwing Bitcoin down. So that's the backdrop, Shaw. Whatever Bitcoin's doing kind of dictates everything else. So right off the bat, we're under pressure because of that. Here's XRP. I'm going to go, since you asked, I'm going to go to a weekly. And I'm going to really, it's not zooming. It's not framing correctly. What about a monthly? It's not framing correctly either. Let me refresh this. There we go. That's the 1 hour. What happens if I go right to a monthly? You're going to kill me. That's right. It doesn't like that. All right, let's try daily then. Wow. Why is it doing that? Okay, I can't get my XRP. There we go. XRP daily. Let's just stick with daily. I kind of see that. So therefore, this, for the most part, is healthy. At one point, XRP spiked up, and so it's kind of giving us this break of the downtrend. So all I've got to work on is a break of the downtrend. The prior high is 95 cents. Maybe XRP just goes and camps out at $1 forever and never has any other appreciation. I'll skip forward because I see a good comment. Peter, is XRP not institutional crap with unlimited coin supply? I do not believe there's unlimited coin supply. I think there's something that they have to do every period. I'm not going to speak out of turn in terms of what they do, but what's unique. Let me back up. The reason I hold this is I do believe we're going to lose the middleman. That's the top of my argument. The middleman is gone. I want you all to just. My vision for the financial system is we have a major, not a collapse, but we have a major reboot, and there's going to be a lot of collateral damage coming. And the people who suffer are going to be the middlemen. And middlemen are useless. And I think we can already start to see some people grumbling, maybe in the real estate market. They're starting to lose their middleman status. But there's no reason why, if I want to transfer $100,000 into 100,000 pounds equivalent, transfer that overseas, it has to go through the SWIFT system. Are you with me, Peter? The current SWIFT system is an absolute scheme of floating your currency for probably 3 nights because the middleman needs his cut. Meanwhile, the person on the other end of the transaction wire is waiting 3 days for their money. So XRP is set to become what I believe the financial system is going to go to the blockchain. I don't buy into the fact that we're all going to be slave to central bank currencies. I think we're going to have a better outcome than that. I don't fear that dystopia. I think that's all fear. And I think XRP has a place in that where it just becomes the grease between the two currency valuation transfers literally in seconds on the blockchain. You get your money, the middleman's gone. XRP. Now, with that said, they need XRP. It's like grease. It's like oil. It's like oil that runs the gears and the cogs of multi-currencies in digital formats. So therefore, it has a utility value. Let's say I own, 100,000 XRP, and I want to loan out 50,000 of those into, I think it's called an escrow or some sort of a escrow where you basically put your XRP to work because people need that XRP in the blockchain transition from one currency to the other. So whatever the final valuation of that is going to be, again, like maybe it just becomes maybe it just stops at $1. I don't know. But the point is you can lend that stuff out and have it work for you. It becomes passive income, I believe, in the new paradigm. How about that? Swift is also non-neutral. Yeah, it's just been seized. It's a mess. Having middlemen are a mess, whether it's in politics, power, everything we're seeing right now, the middleman is being crushed. Take it one step further. Let's go to XLM. Everybody uses Zelle and Venmo lately. Guess what? There's a middleman, a freaking bank, and they float your money too for a couple nights. Why should they get to do that? So in the new world, we're all going to have, in my opinion, in my vision, what I think is coming, we're all going to have our own personal ledgers. And the ledgers come and the ledgers go out into the blockchains. And if I want to pay you the $100 for the dinner we did last night, rather than go through Zelle and PayPal in the coming brave new world, beautiful future, I'm just going to transfer from my ledger to your ledger via XLM. So XLM is also in my portfolio. All right. blockchain is also going to solve the voting bullshit. Trust me, we're not going to have any more of that. So it's going to be a great new world, but with AI and blockchain, there's going to be a lot of people having to redefine themselves. And I hope there's a backstop for that. I don't know what that plan is. Maybe there is a universal basic income that can come out of all of this to help people. I don't know. Really don't know the specifics, but I just know what I feel is coming is the middleman is screwed. All right, so back, bang, bang. Patrick beat. Funny you mentioned that. I sold my position. Looked relative volume. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Devin. I missed yours. I got it now. So let's go back to non-crypto. And let me just see something here. All right, let's go back to non-crypto. And you're asking about INSM. You're clarifying, not the other one. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. It's a pretty good view. So if you heard me before, the first thing I look at is the blue line. It's the 50-day moving average. That was a horrible draw. Brian Shannon taught me if a stock is under its 50-day moving average, it's really considered not in good general health. When it's above its 50, it's considered in good general health. So it's really like the first pivot line I'll look at on the daily. Now, we do have the 200-day, which is coming up. And it almost feels like the way price action works these days, I can get into it later, but it's primarily quants with math and inputs and outputs. And they look at target levels and time frames. And it just feels like there's a date probably coming with the 200-day. So don't be surprised if INSM wants to test the 200-day. If you're looking at it intraday, there's really not much going on here either. It kind of moved up through some nice movement early, but then once it broke right here, you can just see it's been underneath the 10 SMA. So it was under the 5 SMA, which is in blue, and anything above that, it's kind of like the 50 on the daily here and this 5-day on my 15-minute chart. I kind of see them in the same vein. Is it in a good bill of general health or not? Well, it's fighting that level right there. And then the 10 SMA is the same, whether it's the daily or the intraday. That's the momentum line. As long as it's holding that line, it is in motion. But once it breaks that line, it just becomes a guess. And our job is to try and find out, when it's holding those lines and looking poised, and you start to do it enough times where you anticipate and then you participate because it's doing what you saw. And this is breaking down. I was kind of hoping that would hold the CXAI stock. What's happening in general out there? Not a whole lot. All right, so hopefully that helped, Devin. INSM. It's got some work to do, but don't be surprised if it holds that 200-day moving average or tests it and hopefully holds it. All right, yeah, Shaw. You have a better price than I do. I will tell you that. But I'm not selling it. I've diversified some things. And I consider that just another asset to be diversified into and see what happens. Blockchain is the more efficient middleman, correct? You're right. You are right, RTG. Shaw, I agree with you. That's why I'm holding. Okay. Yeah. The SWIFT issue is one of the most egregious forms of middleman theft. I mean, because they just throw up their arms and they go, currency, we've got to change it. And what do they call it? The word escapes me. Translate it. Whatever. All right. You're welcome, Patrick. XRP tried it also, but took 4 weeks at that time. It's an SMA, Thomas. I don't use EMAs, so I'm always on the SMA plan. Oh, and by the way, this is working down here. I did this earlier just because I wanted to. I clicked back. As you can see, I've got a heat map here. Look at this. What a great example. I'm so glad I did this. Remember how I was just talking about you got to wait for things to set up? Well, before I came online, I saw back was the big winner on our heat map, tree map, pulled back, and I saw it approaching the 10 SMA. That becomes a low risk, higher reward setup. So with fake money, I showed you how easy it is to just click the buy button. I came in, that blue line was my buy. And here is a simulated trade, which is up 300, 500 simulated dollars. And you start to do this enough in trade ideas with simulated money that by the time you get to your own money, you're still going to freak out because it's real money, but you're not going to freak out as much. It's because like you've been in the simulator anticipating what might happen. Yeah, you know, that's the funny thing, RTG, EMAs, SMAs. I don't begrudge anybody for using an EMA or an SMA. There's arguments for both, but both arguments work for whoever's using it because this is not a science. If this was a science, there would be a debate as to which one was better. But you can't have that debate because this is not a science. This is an art form. And as long as you're paying yourself at the end of the month and it's green, does it really matter if it's an EMA or an SMA? Michael and Chris, they like the 8 EMA, and I've seen a lot of really, really good arguments for that. But I'm looking at my 10 SMA right here on our screen, and that thing kissed perfectly. I mean, perfectly. So I'm not changing. It's what I've always done. It's what works for me. And I think, you know, if you're constantly trying to find what works better, what's the next thing, you're not really focused on your own trading. You're waiting for the magic bullet that's not out there yet. The magic bullet is you. It's how you anticipate. It's how you manage risk. It's how you keep emotion at bay. It's how you know when to sit on your hands. It's how you know when to sell some. It's how when you recognize something's not right. It's all the homework you've done, figuring out all the different 4 to 5 stocks in a certain sector. When one stock goes crazy, you should know on the back of your hand what those other 4 or 5 stocks are. Immediately pull them up, evaluate the chart, and start buying if you're looking for something to do. So those are all things that take practice, and using the simulator is the best form of practice there is. Nine EMA on the daily charts works well. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like 9 EMA, 10 is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's just, they're so close. And that brings up a good point. You know, one of our main affiliates, Ripster, which, by the way, if you don't know, let's give him a quick shout out here. We're going to go new, docked channel bar. And notice Ripster, kind of like we've got Brian Shannon and other people, you know, we're starting to create more of these personality channels. This person, excuse me, doesn't have the charts that he wants. We don't have his charts yet. But what I'm getting at is it's called a cloud. You know, he finds interesting ideas based on low float, big movers. But, you know, I don't want to tease too much, but the secret sauce is in the cloud. Because it comes back to, is it 10 SMA or 9 EMA or 8 EMA? Which one's it? When you use his cloud charts, which are coming to trade ideas, it just kind of gives you a band, just a little hazy band, which we call clouds. And he does kind of the same thing I do. He uses like the 10, that's his fast band, and he'll use a 20, and that's his slower band. However, he uses a 10-minute chart time frame, and I use 15. So the point is, it's not the Ichimoku cloud, but it's his cloud that he kind of created. But the point of the cloud is people get way too hung up on hitting something to the penny and saying, that's my decision. You've got to let the levels hit and bounce around a little bit and churn back and forth and then see who wins the battle. It's little mini fights. And having that cloud area allows us visually, people like myself who are much more visually inclined, to just go, okay, All right, we're testing this cloud area. It's just a little back and forth there. But if you're using a line, you start to see things and it might start to trigger, okay, I can't take this anymore. Get me out. So the cloud actually kind of forces you to just understand that it's not a perfect, to the screws level number. It's an area of interest, and the cloud allows you to just kind of stay as it becomes an area of interest. And then if it breaks down out of that cloud, then it's like, okay, you should probably get out. No, but there should be soon, David. I actually spent some time with him, and I'm going to tell you this. I've seen a lot of affiliates out there, and some I think are worth more of their salt than others. Others are great marketers, but they might not be as good of traders, and more importantly, good teachers of good content and good ideas. Good content and ideas in a way for which people can easily understand. There's some good guys out there that trade extremely well, but they're on a 1-minute chart, and you've got to be on your game, and that might not be for everybody. So Rip has a great method and a great presentation and a style. So after spending an hour with him on Zoom one day, I fully endorse his method and the way in which he presents it. It's a good point RTG is making. If you're trading lines, your moving averages are adjustable, thicken them out, and kind of make your own cloud. If you make them very thin, it makes it way too black and white, cut and dry. You need ambiguity there to understand. But yeah, David, I'm going to recommend to Michael that we do that and get him an interview, because that would be good content. And Michael's been doing some great interviews lately. He's got about 5 or 6 more just in the can that are being edited down for our YouTube channel. And if you didn't notice, our YouTube channel for the long form stuff is not as busy. We used to put up 5, 6, 7 videos a day, and we're going more to quality, not quantity. And so we've got just more of a format where we're just doing one simple long form video a day. And a lot of times those are his interviews or my podcast with Michael. Oh God, I try to stay out of that garbage. It's so sad seeing all those gurus just try to rip each other, and guru leaks. He does a good service, but 9 out of 10 times I think he goes a bit too far. He's looking for a hammer, looking for a nail, and it's like politics too. All the people making money off their name, they get real sensitive when somebody else does something, and they start lobbing grenades, and I try to stay out of that stuff. So you got in. Oh, okay, yes, exactly. So I pulled up the heat map here. I didn't even click anything else. I saw back and I saw it was approaching, and I said, I'm going to simulate that. And picked that up. Now it's back to close to flat because I did get an early entry. So let's move on here. IDN, is there a play here? Well, there might have been a play earlier, but there's a lot of space now between that moving average, and you can see it's not even close to it. Here's a case where that 8 EMA or 8 SMA might be a heck of a lot closer, but I'm not going to switch. Let's look at some of these other names. The whole idea is to try and find them during the day when they're consolidating. CGI's had 5 good days. I don't think I would trust something like CGI when I look left and I see the daily chart having run that much. By the way, didn't those guys, not that I care or even know, yeah, they just got their case dismissed. And I don't even know what they were guilty of. I'll tell you one thing I do hate more than anything is the SEC going after small people when they go and they have lunch with some of the biggest criminals in the world and rub elbows. But they make it look like they're doing something by getting the guy who wrote the newsletter who said something and maybe might have front run it, Go get the big guys, SEC. How about that? That chart looks pretty extended as well. But, if you're a new trader and you have no idea and you're like, well, I logged into Trade Ideas and I don't know what to trade. Well, here are some ideas, but you're going to have to learn how to read a chart. You can't just rely on anything to tell you that this is not your ride share waiting for you and telling you to go across the street and wait. It's not how it works. You still got to be a human being managing risk. Okay, this is interesting. So it's blasted through a few times, but this 200-day moving average is really stopping it. You know, I could say I could buy and simulate, you know, what would happen if I do buy it again here right on that chart. But I also said my stop is extremely tight. All right, I can move this up and try and get a fill because that's a limit order and it's below the current price. So I move it into the candle. There's my fill. So the simulator will give me an idea now. Was this a good idea? You know, if you're a trading journalist and you like to journal, I took the trade because the volume was there. It was on the heat map. It was riding the 10 SMA, but the only negative was it was caught at the 200-day. So what happens if I simulate that? And then maybe you do that a couple of times, you start to realize, I can't trust anything that can't get above the 200-day moving average. But maybe it's on your radar for tomorrow, you know? This is how you learn. Again, you can't go back and just say, trade ideas, make me money. You have to trade. Faz, I'm in this one. What's it doing? It's riding up, which means our financials are continuing to stay weak. That engulfing candle is getting bigger and bigger up there on the daily chart there in XLF. You want to find low floats that have been up 50% in the last 5 days. Let's do that. So Jason will create that from scratch. New alert window because you want, actually we don't need that necessarily. We don't need an alert window. Let's do a top list. We'll just get an idea of what names are there because an alert window is just going to show us new highs. And maybe you want to know about these before a new high comes. And that your criteria is pretty basic. So we should be able to get a good idea. So let's search the keywords. 5-day change was one of them. Change in 5 days, %. Add that filter, minimum 50%. Let's go to, there's price, there's average daily volume. We'll leave that in there and see what happens. The only other thing we need now is, let's do volume today also, 100,000. And the only other thing we need now is, Jason, low float. So I'm going to define low float for you, but you can change it. But I'm going to define low float as 10 million. 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What does this give us? It doesn't give us much. Why would that be? Let's raise our float, but lower our 5-day thing as well. Change in 5%, 50. Let's lower that to 30%, and let's increase our float to 20 million. Does this give us anything? Still nothing. Let's make sure there's nothing else happening. Our exchanges, symbol list, all symbols. Okay, so there's nothing that's giving us that that criteria. Let's try 50 million just to see if something is in there. I'm actually kind of surprised. Let's do change in, let's do 10%. Is there anything in there? Okay, something might not be right here. What is not right? Okay, well, I took out average daily volume and that brought up back. So back is actually on the scan I just created, but your parameters, I mean, it tells me the scan's working, but your parameters are very tight. So you're not going to get anything. And by the way, watching this thing break down right here, I would say, let me just turn this off for a second. I would say, no, I can't allow that to go too much. So hang on a second. Did I sell it? Why is it not showing? Hang on. There it is. I'm trying to move my stop up, and I'll just turn my back on it. Back to the scan. I think, gosh, what else could we do? Even volume today, 1 to 500, change in 5 days, 50 million. I guess there's just not that many stocks that have that amount of change. If I took out the float, are there any stocks that have moved 50% in 5 days? No. I'm surprised by that. Price 1 to 500, volume today, change in 50 days, 5 days, price 50%. Okay, well, if I take out, what did I take out? Guess I took out volume today. Oh, that was what it was. Percent. Nobody caught that. Let me show you. Volume today, I was assuming it was shares. That's why we had nothing coming through, and that's why I was so bewildered. Let's go back and start again, because I know that we can do better. I don't know why that was in there. Volume today, shares. All we want to do is make sure we've had 100,000 shares trade. Let's go back 50%, and then let's do 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now we're getting some names. There we go, Jason. So this would be it. I'm going to share it with you. That's the basics. You can just tweak anything you want from there. God, I hate when I do that. I knew something wasn't right. I don't even know why that's in there. Volume today, percent. Okay, got that saved. Dollar UUP, no stop out on back. Okay, so ever since the Fed spoke, dollar wants to go higher, which means silver stocks probably don't want to do much. Smashed my GDX idea. I was also, and I am also in some of the CYBN. It's not something I'm normally playing, and I'm looking for just a big pop, and then I'll get out. But I am because I'm invested in MindMed. And MindMed's been doing pretty well. You can see that's a beautiful, look at the 10-day moving average. Got ahead of itself. Don't be the person buying up here. Wait. It's coming there. It just touched the 10. There's your entry. If you just make entries as a swing trader using this area right here and nothing else, you're going to save yourself so much headache. As much as you want to chase it up here, you have to just put it on your watch list, turn the heart on your chart, and it will show up on this list down here, the My Like symbol. And each day you can go through and you can look and see what are the stocks of interest you're trying to keep an eye on. What are they doing? I have a stop in CXAI. I'm not going to let this thing break down on me. The stop is at 229. It's close. I don't care if it gets sold. I don't like setting stops early in the morning. I let the first half hour wash out all the craziness. That's where most of the stop hunts occur. I don't like this candle here on CXAI bleeding below the 20, but that means by the end of the day, there's no reason that it can't pop back up. And you're looking at a tail, a wick that tested that 20 and passed. But what you can't do is you can't give it too much. It's been below there for a while. It needs to bounce here soon, or I'm not going to give it any more. And that'll be a paper cut because I bought it yesterday on the 20. I bought it yesterday right there. So did not chase that. And I think that's all I really have for now. Yeah, that'll be it. All right, let's see here. Okay, UAN. Let's see what that looks like. I like it because look at how it bought 2 days to get to the 200-day, and then it pulled back, gave the troops a meal and a hot shower, and it's just grinding around that 200-day. So I don't know if it does it today, but it just the longer it continues to hold and build a base camp above that declining 200-day, the better. You know, the more it holds above here, eventually these moving averages catch up and they start to bring up support from the rear. All right, looks like I got stopped out of one of my sim trades. I'm still in back though, however. The stop is still there. But again, I'm just trying to show people, especially new traders, you don't have to have a giant account. And why risk it if you've never traded it in live money? You're going to pay $500 to go play Pebble Beach for the first time, buy a bunch of balls, and just go out there and just lose everything and just get a horrible taste in your mouth about golf? Or are you going to take some lessons first? All right. Anybody been sent in here by support that needs help? Speak up, because I'll be gone in 15 minutes. But I do want to help people. Just let me know if you need something. I was just talking about a minute ago. I'd like to see this CYBN finish the day back above the 200-day. That means there'd be 3 tests, whereas before it was a resistance point. So I want to see the CYBN become a support point at the 200. We call that, a pivot point. Moving averages can flip and become pivots very easily. It doesn't have to be a static number. All right, if I missed any questions, let me know. Boy, Carvana has been really impressive. And the short float has finally come down. It's still up 34%, but boy, it was up higher. But the shorts have been getting murdered on this one. All right, I can look at more charts too. If somebody here's a question. Hey, is there a way to read the chart candle by candle in TI in after hours back testing? If you're talking about like a replay, Shika, if you're talking about a replay, we don't have a replay per se, but what we can do is we can back test any strategy that you might have based on a scan. For instance, this scan here is called pullback to the 10 SMA. What a perfect example I just pulled up. So this is OGI, and I'm asking for it to show me stocks when they make a new 15-minute low at the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So every name in here, even though it's red, these are stocks that are doing something. So from there, I can take it and back test it. I right click and we back test it, and it starts like this. And I can just say, what would happen if I held these stocks for, 120 minutes or maybe just 90 minutes, an intraday scan. And I want to risk this is the easiest way to back test, guys. Just do a profit target and stop loss. But, say I'm willing to make, 4%, but I only want to risk 1.5% during that period. We'll do a 30-day test. We can do as many. Let's do a bigger test. We'll do 55 days and simulate buy. And so this is how the back tester works. If you wanted to, your question was kind of like candle by candle. We are looking at candle by candle to get these scenarios. And now that I've got that event scenario planned, I've got a real-time window. I have to run it, and it's going to look at all those alerts and say, what happens if each one of those alert risks 1.5% to make 4% over 90 minutes, sell the trade, add them up. What do we get? Let's see what we find here. We don't find much to start with, and sometimes this is a great thing to do. It's like, whoa, this scan is not as good as I thought it was, but the problem is there's 4,000 trades here. So here's where it gets fun. We go to the optimization tab, and I'm going to go to the time of day, and let's do 15-minute day intervals here, and we'll start to see something. What we see is, here's the biggest amount of trades in blue. This first, all this red stuff, we're basically just going to visualize this heat map and say, this seems to be the juiciest part of the day, the most trades with the most green. Therefore, let's run this again, but we're going to do it and say, we only want this strategy to be enabled. Let's start it right here at 9:15 my time to 11 o'clock. So it's a short-term window, and the data is telling us such. Sure, we could actually, we could take it into here. I'm going to take it into 11 o'clock. So we run again, and entry time is going to be 9:15 my time Pacific. So the day has kind of worn on, but we're finding some midday setups, and it's a 11 o'clock, hour and 45-minute scan. So now we're just saying, what happens if we only adhere to this time of day? Simply the buy. We're going to have a much better result. Little better, but not much better. Optimization. What about price? What if we're looking at price levels? Not really telling us too much, really. What if we do $5 price levels? Still not. We're looking for big chunks of green. So most of these trades are happening here below $5. Well, maybe we don't want that. Is that the way it's supposed to be? Let's look at the configuration here. Price $2 minimum. Well, what if we make that a $5 minimum? And so you can see, I'll show you one more thing too when I open it up. You can see the rabbit hole that we can go down here. Our settings are still the same. We have the same time frame. So now we're running it with a higher price minimum, less trades. But here's where it gets really interesting. If anybody is curious. Optimization, other filters. We can compare it to all these other things like, well, what's the S&P doing today? Where's the VWAP? Where's the position from VWAP? I'll show you. S&P changed today. Oh, well, it's doing the best when the S&P is, at these levels. And you can really go down the rabbit hole. I see some more questions coming in. I want to get to them. I think some people see it as a job and some people want to gamble. TI is a great tool for people who want to learn how to make it a job. Exactly. I want to play guitar like Eddie Van Halen, but I don't expect to just pick it up and play it like that. You've got to make it. Technology helps, but you've got to be the other half. All right, good question. Any search for opening range break 5. So here's what we do. We'll go to an alert window, and this is our master window right here. And this is the tab that you want. Search term, we're going to use the keyword opening. Okay, so opening range breakout. Here's our family. And there we go, 5-minute opening range breakout. So it's actually an alert, RJ. So you would pick that and make that turn off new high, turn off new low, activate that 5-minute alert. You can get rid of those. And now you just have a simple alert window. And then you set your filters to be what they want, price, volume, positions, all that other stuff change. But your active window will only show you when stocks break out of their opening 5-minute range. I would suggest something along the lines of using relative volume. So you really get a good, like maybe 2.0 or 3.0. So those opening range breakouts that you see really do have something behind them. That's a good filter to use, but that can be done. Search tab. Search terms. Do we have Ichimoro Cloud? Nope, it's not there. Do we have MACD? Well, we have some preset MACDs, but they're only alerts. They're not filters. So that's how you play around with what do we have and what don't we have. If I just leave that blank, I don't really think you want to go through all of those by yourself. There's some patterns. Then there's our filters. So yes, RJ, there's you go. All right. You're welcome. John, how best to renew an existing subscription to the sale price, cancel the existing? John, for that one, I would speak directly to our accounts reps. I'm going to type in our email. And email that question that you just asked me to that address, and a support ticket will be created and somebody will reply to you. I'm not really in that department, so I don't know. Oh, NASDAQ's on highs, huh? Okay. How about that? What's that doing to the XLF? It's probably trying to help it. Maybe, maybe not. About Van Halen, I saw his chateau in Lake Arrowhead last year. I didn't know there was something up there. Okay, let's see. I guess we're all caught up. You're welcome, John, RJ, Shika. And I got stopped out of my 2 simulated trades, losing $655 of fake money. But learning maybe something if you go back and take a look. Again, I'm talking to the new traders at BBAI. Am I still alive in CXAI? Barely. Again, 29 is my stop in that one. CXAI is up 100% on that little thumbnail there. So that's why, these things get a little squirrely when they're up 100% in a short period of time. Some questions. I think as an exercise, it's healthy for people to do the math themselves, calculate the indicators they find interesting. Yeah, I'm visual, so math is like foreign to me. So I see what works and I see what doesn't work. And I kind of just start to gauge the sentiment of the crowd on what the charts are doing. And then I've kind of figured out the volatility that's created by the opening algorithms and the stop hunts. I try to avoid those. You're like a surfer standing on the cliffs waiting for the big set to pass before you jump in and paddle. Leon, when you can play like Van Halen, maybe ask Mark Miniveri to play the drums. God, Leon, that brings up an interesting point. I can play guitar and bass, played my whole life, and I started playing the drums 3 years ago and getting pretty good. And it's like, I want to find a band of guys my age that just all play different instruments and we can just play dance music and cover tunes for weddings, and then get up and rotate. We all switch instruments after a few songs. Call the band rotation. I don't know. It's my midlife crisis. Daring to daydream. As I'm just riffing now, waiting for Barry.
I can play the kazoo.
Yeah, you can play the tambourine. You can grow your hair out like Roger Daltrey in the 70s and play the
All
tambourine for
right,
me.
the greatest rock hair ever. I think
Yes.
greatest, one of the greatest voices and one of the greatest rock
Yeah.
hair of all time, for sure.
Yeah. I know you said that.
Curly tangle.
Sector rotation. Awesome idea. Thanks, guys. Will that scan also pick up stocks with no float? Jason, it won't. Barry, help me out here. Is there a custom formula we have for a null? Yeah, Jason,
Let me
email us, or maybe Barry can point you in the right direction, but there's a hack workaround for that.
There is one. I can post it in there, but then going to have to know how to create a custom formula. But let me just find it.
Can you visualize sector rotation? Well, I guess if you wanted to see, I've got my sector heat map here. I can turn this in and say, show me a tree map instead. And so, you get that visual look of sectors. And there we go. That tells us what's strong today. Ooh, okay, bonds are strong. Commodities are strong. Semis are strong. And what's weak? China, gold miners, all this stuff over here. So that's really the best way to do it. All it was a top list, Nathaniel. I created a top list, and these are my symbols. They're just ETFs that represent the sectors. And then from there, you can just make that happen. I'll turn that back into my top list. And Barry's
All right,
got
Steve, you can go if you want.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Got some stuff to
Okay.
get to. I'll see you guys
this weekend.
on the flip side. Yes, for Happy Friday.
Okay, I'll take over the screen sharing.
All right, bye.
So I just put in who asked the question about no flow, Jason. So that is the custom formula that you would use. I think you put 1 in the min, and that'll. But you know what? There may be a variation on that now. So what you might want to do is go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask for it. There may be a variation of that. Okay. And if you've never made a custom formula before, then of course you have to know how to do it. You go to our guide, and it talks about how to make a custom formula. Let me just show you where that would be. Okay. Got to get back in the room. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just give me a moment. So if you go to our guide, I'm talking to somebody now in our YouTube room. So if you go to our guide, so click on my homepage link and you'll be at the top here. Okay, so scroll down until you see the education section, and then click on the user guide. And then where you see custom formula, it's got to be, I know it's got to be here somewhere. There you are, custom formulas. So that shows you how you can create a custom formula. And that can be the what you'll put in the description. I'm sorry, in the source box, but take a look at this custom formula, the video and the text that tells you how to create one. Okay. But there may be one that's more current. I mean, I don't use it anymore. I don't get too upset when we have no float data anymore. And it doesn't happen that often. So, but there may be a more current one. So you might want to go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask, because that one was created, I don't know, 8 years ago. Give me one moment as I get my music going. I'm looking at the SPIR, guys. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of it. Meanwhile, this GC, is it, or CGC, is it still moving? Yeah, I mean, it had the pullback, a little bit of a, well, quite a big pullback actually, because it got up to 667, down to 603. Out of curiosity, where's the VWAP? So the VWAP's at 588, so that VWAP area kind of held. But I'll be honest, I've kind of lost interest in the market today, guys. But I did see, look at this DSGN. My goodness. So 2 great days, but more importantly, look left on this weekly chart. Look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. DSGN. I don't think I even saw this yesterday. And the reason being, what would be the reason? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really know if I saw this one yesterday. Maybe the volume was too low. I mean, we're only at 453,000 now. But wow, I mean, this has got just a tremendous amount of room on the weekly chart to keep running if it wants to. Probably worthwhile watching this one next week, guys. I know, you see these big daily candles, and you think to yourself, well, that's got to be it, right? That's got to be it, and that's got to be it. And then Monday morning, you see another giant candle. All right, let me see if anything new is showing up here that I didn't see earlier. Just kind of looking at all these symbols that are here. Of course, we've seen the MRNO all day long. Too bad, because I mean, it's just a mess now. Of course, we saw the back earlier. Tried to trade this on a VWAP break. Didn't work out for me at all. Would have shorted it had I had shorts available, but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. The IDN, well, I mean, the IDN ripped through that little resistance area, and it's still going strong. I mean, it is still going strong. In the halts or zooms, super active again, guys. A lot of action in the halts or zooms. All right, I'll do anything. Huge bounce in AMD. Okay, let's take a look at the huge bounce in AMD. Yeah, so off the bottom here, 175. Yeah, pretty good. $4 bounce off the bottom. I haven't even really looked at the market. So we've got a little disconnect going. We've got the Dow down 180. We've got the Nas up. SPY is basically flat. So a little bit of a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. A little bit of a disconnect. Yeah, Nike had a bounce though, didn't it? Nike had a bounce. NKE, it's been bouncing pretty nicely off that 90 level. Actually, wasn't 90. Yeah, it was about 90, 91. 91 and change. Let's say 91.50. So that's been a really nice bounce for Nike. Is there a sector list pre-made? Well, we have a major sectors, Nathaniel. So the question in our YouTube room, is there a sector list pre-made? So if I go to my toolbar and click on new, and then click on docked channel bar, pops up on my other monitor, and click on show more, and I scroll down until I see sector status. Okay, I actually do this in the pre-market. I kind of show what the sectors are doing in the pre-market. So these are the major sectors anyway, okay? So you've got once they load up, so you've got XLE Energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when we see 95% in red, I mean, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close, as an example. So right now, as we speak, energy stocks are the worst performing sector today compared to what they did yesterday, how they closed yesterday. Now, it doesn't mean that, the entire sector is tanking. For it to be red, it just has to be down even like 0.00001% from yesterday's close. Okay. But having said that, 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And so when you start looking around, retail 74%, healthcare is not doing well, 82%. Is there a good sector? Not really. When you look, I mean, technology is about the closest to being, it's not good, but it's only 40%, or sorry, only 60% are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So you can see, I mean, the market, look at financials, 84% are down from yesterday's close. Probably semis now. We just don't have semis here. But you could, of course, you could construct your own, as long as you have a way in which to put, for instance, if you wanted SMH, you could have, and that's probably why, NASDAQ is not negative, because SMH is, SMH is moving, is up a bit. So again, NASDAQ NASDAQ has got a lot of, obviously, has a lot of tech stocks in there. So even though XLK technology, it's not doing great, but the semis are doing well. Okay, Nathaniel. So you can. Now I know there used to be there's something else that so these are some more ETFs. Okay, these are more ETFs that you can see here. Who's moving down, who's moving up. But if you wanted to okay, so this isn't bad. This is not a bad way to present it. Okay, these are a lot more ETFs that you got. There's a US dollar and there's a bio one. And I like it. I like the presentation like this, and the heat map, or we call it a tree map. There is a difference between a heat map and a tree map, and explain to me this is actually more like a tree map. But anyway, doesn't matter. This is the presentation, okay? Now, some of these are going to be super ugly. Yeah, you'd like to see a minimum volume here. What's the difference in a heat map and a tree map? Look it up, Nathaniel. I can't explain it. Okay. I think it's something of hierarchy and all that. To me, it doesn't matter what we call this. I just call it a better way to present the data. Okay. What we should have here is probably a minimum volume, because who cares that EVAV 11,000 shares are traded. That's it. Now, and guess what? So we can do that, obviously, and let's go 100K. Now it'll take a bit. There we go. So you can, well, I thought there was a difference. I mean, somebody explained the difference between a heat map and a tree map. If you look it up, but you know what? It doesn't really matter, does it? This is the presentation. Call it whatever you want. So you can see right off the bat that if you wanted to have something like this that's looking at a lot of different ETFs, and then all I would do is I would just add. I would just probably add a minimum volume so you don't see some really crazy ones that don't trade at all. Okay. All right. So this is what I typed in. Okay. In summary, tree maps excel in illustrating higher that word hierarchical. And I should be able to pronounce that. Anyway, that word relationships and size comparisons within a structured layout. Conversely, heat maps are ideal for displaying variations in data used through colorful gradients. Ah, that's right, across a grid or matrix. So that's all. That's all. That's right, because they, in essence, the same thing. All right, John. Thank you. Thank you very much. So just a word about the channels, okay? So if you went to this channel, okay, this is the ETF channel, and you saw what I did. I just made a change. I upped the minimum volume for all of them to 100,000 shares, okay? Now, if I leave the channel and I come back, those it's not saved, okay? Any changes you make within a channel is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everyone. Now, in this particular case, I would probably ask them to put a minimum volume anyway to make it the standard. But just to get back, any change you make will not be saved again because the fact that you might want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, so again, you make a change, and then if I come back to it, the change is not saved. Now, if you want this one though, if you want this one free floating outside any one of these channels, then all you have to do is right click and duplicate into free floating window. Okay. So what happened is it's popped up on my other screen. So you can see now this is free floating. Now, if I make a change here and I save it, maybe if for whatever reason, if this is what I want to see every day, I make it as part of my layout. I can make any change I want in here. Okay. And that of course will be saved. It's just though that if you make the change within the channel and then come back to the channel, the change is not saved. Hopefully that makes sense. I just think of it like this. I mean, for instance, if I look at this, I don't know if there's a minimum. Well, imagine there was a minimum, a price range you wanted, a price range of these things that you wanted, but that might not be what everybody else wants. So that's why we can't allow people to make a change that's going to affect the entire channel. But you can always take out a window, a scan that you like, okay, and get it into free floating. And it's pretty simple to do. You have this one. Just use this as an example. If you wanted this one also, ones that are moving down, just right click and duplicate into free floating. And here it is. Okay, so now I've taken both of them out. Now they're free floating. Now I can do anything I want to them. Put a minimum volume, put a price range I want, things like that. Okay. And that's the same with anything in our channel. You too, John. Now, that Desperado, DESP, Despegar. This is the big retailer. That is not, okay. I thought this was a retailer out of Spain, but anyway, Despegar. Now, what sort of move is this? No, this is out of Argentina. Okay. Well, where is this now? Okay, so it's a year high. It is almost a 2-year high for DESP, almost. It's way down in the lifetime range, but it's almost a 2-year high now for DESP. Can I link trade ideas to Bookmap? I am familiar with Bookmap. So Wiggle, what you have to try to do. I mean, I don't know. I cannot tell you for sure. We link to many programs. Okay, it's just a matter of experimenting. So if you, I'm assuming that Bookmap has a like an order entry box or something where you would put a symbol in, where you could type a symbol in. It doesn't. Okay. Well, what does it do then? I mean, I know what Bookmap does. I've seen it before a long time ago, but because you have to have a way to link it, okay? You have to have some way to link it. Is it a chart that you can link to then? Like some way to link it because what you just experiment. Do you have Bookmap? Because all you do then is just experiment, okay? Go to the tools, external linking, and when it says add a link, now you're going to have to experiment. But I don't know. Do you have Bookmap now? So you can kind of experiment. I mean, there has to be a way to linking how? I mean, what are you going to link with? There has to be some way where, it says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the shift key to select the window. So you'll have to find some area in Bookmap and do this, and then say okay and see if that establishes a link. I can't tell you if it does or not. I am familiar with it a long time ago. Somebody in this room, I think, loved it, and then he didn't. Yeah, I mean, it's a long time ago. This person used to talk about Bookmap a lot. So that's what I thought, Shady. So I mean, there has to be a symbol entry field, right? So link it there. That's most of the time that's going to work. With any sort of a program that has a way in which you type in a symbol and just see what it is, what's happening. But so Shady is saying map it to the symbol entry field and see what happens. All right, ATER was a reverse split today. Okay. So I was a 1 for 12. Okay. If I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, if I copy the sector race from the sector channel, will the list stay with the race? So you were talking about this now. Let's go back to now are you talking about the sector channel or that big one? Are you talking about the sector status channel or the ETF channel? You talking about the ETF racing or are you talking about the sector status channel? Either one. Okay. Well, okay. If you look at this one, the ETF racing, so it's the same principle. Okay. If you want this outside, if you want this, so this is the ETF, this is the race version. You just again right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, so now it's free floating. It's over here. And now, so you've got now with anything you see in a channel, you can always get it out of the channel. So it's free floating, and now you can do anything you want with it. Does that answer your question? And this list, I think it answers your question because it's going to absolutely duplicate what you're seeing here. So if you ran, if you ran these side by side, they'll be exactly the same. Depends when you start them, of course. But so does that answer your question? So if you wanted the one moving down, again, just right click and duplicate into free floating window. And just taking it out of the channel. That's all that means. It's just taking it out of the channel. So here it is now out of the channel. Well, you'd have to look at the race, okay, Nathaniel. I mean, well, first of all, if you open the top list, you'll see what it's looking for. Okay. I don't know because you'd have to look. So really it's not I mean, remember now, these are symbol lists that we've put in here. Now, when you say who's moving down, okay, I mean this is the race version of this. This is the top list. So, and again, I could show the tree map, but this is the race version. Do you understand what a race does? I don't use races anymore, okay, because I like this presentation now a lot better. Remember what a race does. When the race starts, and this is a 10-minute race, so when the race starts, just like any other race, call this the starting line, and then when the race starts, since the race started, I guess at 10 minutes. Usually it takes about half an hour, 30 seconds before the race actually starts. So it's a 10-minute race. So since the race started, stocks has moved the most. Just a different way to visualize, exactly. I just prefer this. This is not really the race. Well, it sort of is. You can see there's JNUG right there. But this is what it's going to do. It's going to change from the close. Okay, so it's really not the race. It's different. It's not. This is the change from the close. Okay, so yesterday's close. This has moved 3% from yesterday's close. Really, it's got nothing to do with the race. The race is okay. When the race starts, what stock is moving? What stock is, or what in this case, what ETF has moved the most since the race started? which has really got nothing to do with, what did it do from yesterday's close, because the race started, 10 minutes or 3 minutes ago. So every 10 minutes, the race is going to show you what stock is moving the most since the race started. And everybody starting off at the same starting level from the starting gate. The race, the gun goes off, and now this one, I mean, it's not much, 0.27, minus 0.27. But this one, this presentation is telling me this is down from yesterday's close the most. So it all depends on how you want to see them. Hopefully I haven't confused you. I mean, again, just think of it this way. A race starts, it doesn't matter where it closed yesterday, it has no bearing. The stock could be way down here, okay? And if it's moving the most since the race starts, you're going to see it at the top. Now, in this case, of course, it's trying to find the ones that are moving down the most. Okay? Just a different way of looking at the data. Well, yes and no. All right, let me bring it back again. Question is, so don't copy the race if I want the tree map. Yes and no. Because every race is, no, you're not a pain. You're not a pain at all. There could be, 10 other people wanting to get this answered also. So you're not a pain at all. Just understand that every race starts off from a top list window. Okay. If I have I have one top list window open. I don't have a top list window open. Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Take a look at this. Okay. This is so this is a top list window. Okay, in the grid form. I could to launch a race, you have to have a top list window to start, and you launch the race from a top list window. So in theory, I could launch the race from the top list window, and then I put in my race parameters, I put whatever I want. So again, I'm really not trying to confuse you, but this is a race that is launched from this top list window. Okay. So in theory now that I've got the top, so this is the race based on this top list window. I could take this top list window now and show the tree map. Okay. I think this is too confusing. I think one or the other. Okay. I probably wouldn't run races. I probably would, for me personally, I much prefer this sort of a presentation. But the races are different because I mean the race starts at a certain period, and you can have races running every 4 minutes, 5 minutes, well, whatever time period you want. So that's going to show you the stocks that are moving the most since the race started. Or this one this is just showing you the change from the close with the biggest on the top. Okay. It doesn't mean it's winning a race, if that makes sense. I think it's really a matter of trial and error, okay, for anybody. What visually looks good for you? Okay. For me, the heat map, tree map, that is what looks good to me. But with any one of these, anything you see in a channel, you want to take it out of the channel and play around with it in terms of filters. Again, just duplicate into a free floating window, and then you can incorporate it as part of your layout. You can make changes to it, whatever change you want. You see, look at this. I mean, here's a grid format. I don't like it. Exactly. The top list is what matters. And from there, you either launch a race and you can dictate what the race looks like. You know, it doesn't have to be the change from it could be based on a lot of different things or show the tree map. And again, without getting too confusing, because I don't think you guys have this option yet, you can run the rate, you can show the tree map based on different sorting options now. Now, I think I'm only able to do that. I don't think it has to, I don't think it's got to the production version yet. Okay, but you can see right now, I can run the race based on different filters. Not run the race, sorry, show the tree map based on different filters. I'm choosing to run, to show it on the change from the close. But if I wanted to, I could show something. In fact, why don't I try this? Hopefully this is going to work. Change in 5 minutes. Okay. If I want to have a heat map that's showing me stocks, the change from 5 minutes percent. Okay. So now let's see how that has changed. So if I look at OTLK, this has changed. Looks like it's changed 29%. Is that possible? Let me take a look at another one. A cheaper one. My size. Yeah, I mean, I can see. Look at this 15-minute bar right there. So this is, and this is probably this will be growing. Okay, now that's on a 15. If I had a 5-minute chart up. So, but you can't do that right now. I should not be showing this because you guys can't do this yet. It's in a. I'm able to do it because I'm on a development version, but you'll be able to run or show the heat map or the tree map, not just on the liters from the close percent or the open. You can. Oh, okay. I thought yesterday, or not yesterday, I could have sworn today, Chris was trying to do it in the production version and couldn't do it. Oh, do you need the beta? Pepe, do you need the beta? So in theory, you could have. Oh, of course. So you, of course, you need the beta, right? You need the beta because that's the only thing that has the tree map option. So in theory, you could have a couple of them. You could maybe have the change from the close. I just don't know what sort of tax on the system it would be. Shouldn't be too bad. So you could have a couple of heat map or tree maps, one showing the change from the close, and right beside it, the biggest changes in 5 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever percentage you want. I'm not going to overcomplicate it for myself. Boy, look at this this design therapeutics. Design therapeutics. Just give me a moment, please, okay? Okay, Pepe, yeah, I guess you're right, because the default was changed from the open, wasn't it? Well, let's just see, okay? Just for fun, I'll duplicate it into a free floating window. and I'll change the sort. Go to configure and sort, and I'll change that to the change in 5 minutes. Say okay. I mean, I could get, obviously I would give it another name, but, and so here you go. And here you don't go. What happened? Actually, let me do it from the change from the open, which is, I think, the default. Let me just see. Okay, there you go. So here, so now I've got one, this is the change from the close. I haven't renamed this, but this is now the change from the open. Okay, and you can see how it, it'll be slight, well, it'll be different. So you could have several of them, I suppose, but I wouldn't overwhelm yourself. Okay, well, I guess this did have a, no, there's no way it changed 142%. I don't know what this is showing me right now. I mean, unless it's going to take a while. I'll put it off screen right now, unless it's going to take a while to change. So Nathaniel, what that means is you have to be on the latest beta, okay? I can't wait for it to get into the production version. So you have to be on the latest beta, okay? And so to get onto the latest beta, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and you'll be, is what you'll see. You'll be at the top here, okay? Just scroll up a little bit until you see the download. Where you see download, click on it, and then here's the beta. So you have to be on the beta before you see the heat or the tree map option. Okay. Okay. And the beta is fine. The beta is actually fine. You don't lose your layouts. You don't lose anything. Okay. You know what had, I was just going to say, Todd, you know what had a really nice move, which I did not take, was the AMTX after that pullback. Now, there's the AMTX. So after that pullback, so there's a, well, no, that pulled way down below the VWAP. 613 is the VWAP. So it pulled way back, way down. Now this was an early alert. Yeah, you definitely did not have the latest version. Well, you might have had the latest production version, Nathaniel. Okay. But you don't have the latest beta. And the beta is what you need. So again, I wish this weren't here. I mean, it's trying you know what? I mean, it's trying to get through that red line. That red line represents right there at the end. It did that a little bit earlier in the day, got close and it got rejected. Now let's see if it takes it out. If it does take it out, got a little bit of room. I mean, 683 or so on the weekly chart. 685 is the next high. And then maybe if it can get through that, we might have a bit more of a run in it for the AMTX. Speaking of CGC, just made another new high. Well, I certainly, well, no other way to describe it. There was the alert in the combo scan 548, 693 now, disregarded it. And that was sort of a bias on my part, not really trying to play these cannabis stocks in the past. And, but this has been, I mean, nothing more than sensational today. The next high is looking left, 825 on the weekly. 835, sorry, 835. Probably a couple of days right there. Yeah, or a couple of weeks right there. 820 and 835. And this is all to do with legalization in Germany. So again, guys, I'm going to go over this, but so that the discount right now, 28% off an annual, 26% off a monthly, month to month. Okay, well, monthly. That's the first month only. Okay, don't look at these codes. Okay, I've got my own personal ones, Barry 28 and Barry 26. This is good until, well, it says the 24th, so that'll be say 11:59 p.m. Eastern time Sunday night. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time Sunday night. Next week, we're going to drop a bit. We're going to go from 28 to 25 and 26 to 23. And then, of course, we're having a price increase on the 1st. But please listen carefully. The price increase does not affect anybody with a current subscription. Okay, if you have a current subscription, so let's just say you've got a current standard monthly, you're paying 118 right now. You will continue to pay 118. If you've got a monthly premium, you are paying 228 right now. You will continue to pay that. If you took out an annual standard, it'll renew at the old price, $9.99, and an annual premium, it'll renew at the old price, $19.99, as opposed to 1066 and 2136. There's a lot of numbers here, but I just want to make sure people understand that if you have a current subscription, you'll be paying the current rates. It's only if you don't have a subscription at all, and then you wait till April 1st, that you'll be paying new pricing. Good timing. Timing is everything, Blaine, in renewing subscriptions and the stock market. So having said all that, this is the last time for today, I'll do this. Meanwhile, CGC just keeps making new high after new high. Again, there was the first alert at 5:15 from the 10-day daily breakout. It was a little bit earlier than here in the combo scan at 5:48. It wasn't until 5:48 that all the filters had been met in this combo scan. But on the 10-day daily breakout, 5:15, and we are now just made another new high at 7:10. I'll explain this in a little more detail, but so I want to go over my homepage again. So those are the promo codes to use. So when you click on my homepage link, obviously don't use this code, okay, Barry15. You want to take on a monthly subscription, either standard or premium, use Barry26, okay, Barry26, you'll get 26% off the first month only. And if you want an annual, use Barry28 and you'll get 28% off an annual subscription, doesn't matter whether it's standard or premium, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, 3 series of videos for you. You can sign up for my Stock of the Day video that I do. Trade of the Week, you can sign up for it here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your production or your promotions folder. Big education section is here. You'll see our user guide is here. Okay. So again, all I ask, if you decide at some point in the future that you do want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. If you use my promo code, the room gets credit. Room getting credit keeps the room free. It's that simple. Okay. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. This middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Here's the combo scan that I talk about a lot. Here's the breakout, breakdown, and breakout scans right there. Normal option activity. And this scan, I am not sharing until we get it into the production version. But if you want this, tree map, I can give it to you. I just don't have it on my homepage yet. I'm just waiting for it to get into the production version. Otherwise, I have to keep explaining to people because if they load it and they don't come into the room and they're not going to get the tree and they don't have the latest beta, they're going to wonder, well, why don't I have it? So I'm going to wait until it gets into the production version. So again, this is yes, it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. So just to maybe talk a little bit about these scans, these 2 scans here. Give the credit to Pepe down here. You can see I've got it in brackets. So this is the combo scan that I talk about. This is the scan. So I have 2 columns of scans, and it's the bottom right hand. Okay, the bottom right hand one, and that is like it doesn't say this. It says normal option activity plus 10-day daily break combo. Okay, so what is it? What does it mean? Why is it called? What is actually happening here? So in the past, I love these 2 scans, okay, the daily breakout and the breakdown. I do love these. And I also like option activity, abnormal option activity. And so what we were finding is that if the same stock was in the abnormal option activity and it also appeared in either the breakout or the breakdown, that would be a stock to watch all day. So what that meant, though, is that you'd have to go through this list. This is a little longer list now. You'd have to go through this list and check to see if the same symbol was in either one of these two. Okay. And so now that they put them together, saying, okay, if the same symbols are in all these scans, then here are those common symbols right there. So we don't have to go through this list. Check to see if the symbols are in this list, on these two lists also. So that's why it's nice to only have to look at this list. Okay. So that's the basis behind it. And then the don't repeat version right here. Again, as I said before, CGC showed up at 940. Okay, at 515, 713. That's a tremendous percentage move. For a stock that going to go from 515 to 715, that is a tremendous percentage move. So that's why you can kind of go back. Let's take a look at IDN. Man, I mean, I'm missing the boat in these things. So look at this 9924. Now they're all not going to be rocket ships, okay? But look at this one, IDN, and you would think, wow, that's pretty late, 11:39 p.m. Eastern time, 2:45, as high as 3:09. Man, those are great percentage moves. We're just been talking now. AMTX, I can see that 562. What am I saying? Look at this. I mean, this is another sensational move. AMTX 562, 674 now. So yeah, I mean, I've just missed a lot of these, but you don't have to. And when I say you don't have to, you're not doing a lot. Well, hopefully you're not. You're not doing a lot of different things at once that I'm trying to do. Yeah, those scans are okay. They're all you can see all of these. Okay, all 6 of them. You go to my home page. Hopefully, I'm not going to lose. I might lose it. So you go to my home page and then scroll down to get to the scan section. Okay, and then here they all are. The combo scan. The combo scan is here, right at the very bottom here. Okay, and the breakout, the don't repeat versions, and the repeating versions are here. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. Okay, so they are all there. And the nice thing, well, I mean, look how few you get right here. So it just gives you a few stocks to concentrate on. Now, Viri showed up, guys. Viri just showed up, okay? Not in the combo, but, I mean, I will look at just, they don't all have to be in the combo. Now, why would not Viri show up here? Well, the reason being is that, see, the relative volume is only 4. I mean, it's still pretty dramatic, but it's only 4. For it to be in here, the relative volume would have to be at least 8, as an example, okay? So that's why, but it's still abnormal option activity. You can see it has traded 6,700 contracts so far. And what is that? But is that abnormal? Well, it's telling you that that's 8 times normal, 810%. So that's why it's showing up in the abnormal option activity scan on its own. and I don't trade options, but if you're going to be an intraday trader, or even if you're not an intraday, you could be a swing trader, but you want to find maybe a stock that's really, moving today. Maybe you want to, make up your mind if you want to swing it or not. Like the CGC. I mean, CGC is, somebody's asking about that one. It could be done. I don't know. But the thing is, though, that you want to be able to find stocks that are behaving abnormally. And you can go no further than this. I wish the MRNO wasn't still up there. I could always get rid of it. But, these are stocks that are behaving abnormally today. And so are these. So are these. Because these are, this has normal option activity, plus it's a 10-day daily breakout, either breakout or down. I should mention the color coding is like this. So if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long, and if it's in brown, a suggestion to go short. Okay. And these are always going to be in green because these are stocks that are above yesterday's close. Meanwhile, the AMTX, inch by inch, penny by penny, is still moving up, penny by penny. Well, you could. This is in the 10-day daily breakout. Now, did they all do that? Probably not, but that was in the 10-day daily breakout, right at 937. All right, guys, 2:01. So I usually take off at around 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions. William said he'll keep the main room open until 3:30. So before I do take off, I will put the main room trading link, put the link into our YouTube room. So those of you on YouTube who want to, keep discussing stocks until 3:30, you can do so. Well, no, okay, what I did, James, is that not everybody wants breakdowns. They don't want to necessarily short. Okay, so I just separated them. They're individual. They're not in a dot like this. Okay, I did it that way because not everybody would necessarily. Some people they don't repeat. They just want to see it over and over again every time it makes a new high. Things like that. So what I did was they're individual. If that makes sense. Exactly the same. You'll get exactly the same results. Okay, but they're just broken out. So in other words, if I right click and duplicate it into a free floating window, here it is, free floating. That's the way I presented it. Now, if you load it right now, you're not going to see all the previous ones. You'll probably just see the last one that happened. Okay, so don't expect to see. But on Monday morning, if you load this scan, whatever scan out of this you want, you can have all 4 if you want. And as long as you load trade ideas before 9:30 Eastern time, everything will be blank. There's nothing happening in the pre-market on that scan, those scans. And I created a doc, like the doc window version, because obviously this is a grouping that I like. On the upside, on the downside, and then the two don't repeat. So I mean, it's just something that I like. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:04. All right, guys. So yeah, so Reddit is starting to move a little bit again. I think it'd be very, I know I talked about it earlier, but if it could ever find its way over 50 and hold, it might augur well for next week. All right, well, getting closer, guys, getting closer. All right, well, there's the trick, guys. Here's the trick. You just keep putting price alerts. Oops. Okay, guys, I just had an email. You can only create these tree maps from a top list window. Okay, somebody said I'm trying to do it from an alert window, and they have the beta, but as you notice, no tree maps here. Okay, only from top list windows. Which one are you talking about, Baba? You're talking about GNL land? No, are you talking about Oh, Verb. Okay, Verb. One day I'll take a flyer at one of these crazy ones. Just not in my current DNA to do this. Anything under $1. So Verb, you're talking about Verb. Hmm. Wow, no kidding. I mean, what a week it had last week. Pulled all the way back down. Boy, this AMTX there's no quit yet. And I think there's room. I think there's still some room. I think it's over that weekly, well, it's right at it. 685. So that's the weekly high it's at right now. And if it can break through that, I mean, there is still a ton of room. Look at the next high on the weekly chart is 785, $1 away. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but it has just been what a move from here. There is a trend. I was saying I wasn't finding too many trend stocks today. Not at the beginning of the day, but from noon on. Look at that trend. Wow, look at this AMTX. More new highs, guys. More new highs. Wow, what a move. You look at the last 2 days. Well, the 2 days before, you would have thought, wow, that's a big move. And then look at the gap up yesterday. That's a big move. Look at this. Look at this green candle here on the daily. And this is the one that had the $200 million. Yeah, so approved for a $200 million investment. I guess a low 2 million prevent attractive terms at a low interest rate to fund our projects. So, guys, news does matter. And we have 35.5, so we're in the ballpark draw. We've got 35.5 million in the float. I mean, that's a great move, 35%. But I'm sure after, 2 days ago, people thought, well, maybe that'll be it. I know I did. I thought, okay, maybe 4 holds it. And then this morning I thought, well, a lot of these areas I thought would hold it, just not even close. But you're right, Todd. I mean, this has just been a great trend from noon on. Not too much. I mean, it's, a couple little topping tails here, but basically no giant red candle to get you out of the trade, and then the resumption. And my sound alert here, you can see it says symbol. So every time I hear the symbol crash or clash, and it's usually this AMTX. Now, right now, it's XTLB. Well, I'm looking at the spread of AMTX, and that's the other thing. I mean, it may not have always been a penny, but that spread has been unbelievably good. I mean, a penny, you can't. Whoops, what happened here? You can't get any better than that. All right, guys. So again, winding down here. So good time to ask questions if you have any. And I don't think, well, I shouldn't, before I look, I don't think there are shorts available. No, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know how widespread the short availability is for this AMTX, which of course then doesn't put downward pressure on people wanting to short it. On the other hand, doesn't put upward pressure on people covering. I get it, but especially on a move like this. But there are no shorts available for me at IB. Really? I have three 34-inch, 32, 34-inch monitors, Steve, 4K monitors. 4. Did I say 4? 3. I have 3, I think I can't remember anymore. Is it 32 or 34-inch? Yeah, if I weren't, having to share screens and all that, I could probably get away with, yeah, one giant monitor, but, I can't do that. I'm sure there's a way to segment and only, but I have, of course, I'm sharing this screen, but my brokerage platform is on another screen. I could probably whittle it down to 2. No, I don't have curved screens. I looked at it. I didn't think it was that. Wow, look at okay, so that might be it for a while anyway for the AMTX guys. That whole number might have stalled it. The whole number of 707. It got up to 703. So the whole number may have stalled it for a while anyway. All right, what is ORN doing? ORN. Big, look at this big move, guys. Wow. So a lot of volume just came into it. Not a lot of volume overall today, 390,000, but 109 is right here, 119 and counting. It still has another 10 minutes to close. So a lot of volume just came into ORN. I don't have any reason. I don't see any reason for it. I don't see any news on it specifically. But ORN. Yeah, well, without sound alerts, it'd be very hard for me to trade. Okay, because yeah, I mean, the whole idea of putting a sound alert on a window is when you hear it. Once you get used to knowing which window which sound alert you have attached to your alert window or a multi-strategy window, then you know immediately where to look. Now, I don't have so many scans also. Well, if I had pointed it out to myself, retired Fido, it would have been good too. So anyway, talking about CGC, look at this. I mean, it's still, wow. I mean, this is still 834 or so. Next two highs, call it 830. The next two highs on the weekly chart for CGC. I mean, can you imagine if your government finally, said, okay, it's all legal? I mean, this is just Germany. It appears that you can, Bobby. So I'm going to right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. I don't want to change it here. So you have to, obviously you have to have the beta, otherwise you don't have the heat map or the tree map, okay? So you have to have the beta, number one, okay? So when you click on a top list window, right click on it, do you have that option, show tree map? Any top list window will do, okay? If you have any top list window open, or if you can open one, do you have, when you right click on it, do you have the option that says show tree map? Yes, no? Bobby, can you hear me? Will not sort, okay? Well, I mean, maybe sort. I didn't think it was under sort, but let's just see. So no, I'm talking about if you just right click on your top list window, okay? So this is your top list window, okay? This is the grid format. If you right click on it, you should have an option that says show tree map. If you don't have that option, then you have to download the latest beta. If you don't have that option. And if you do, all I'm asking is if you have that option, okay? If you have that option, then I can show you, yes. If you right click configure and sort, here, you can, these are just filters. You can add, as many filters as you want. Right? So now you can sort on anything you see here. That makes sense. I mean, I probably wouldn't sort on the float. Well, you could, but I mean, why would you do that? But for instance, if I want to go from the open instead of from the close, here's the change from the open. Okay. Now you can see it is different. This is the sorting on the change from the close. This is now the change from the open, as an example. So yes, you can change the sort options. So any filter that you got there. And then if you do that, I would give it another name. Now, the one thing I have done, people don't have to do the same thing, but if you take this one, you're going to, if you look at it from this channel here, because it's basically from this channel. So if I click on new and then dot channel bar, and then I click on explosive winners, where they, here we are, explosive winners. This is basically it right here. Okay, but you notice that it's from the open percent. So I made a change. I want it to close. The other thing though is that you'll notice you only have 11 here. Now, that's fine if that's all you want. What I did was I went right click, went to time frame, and then set record count. I upped it to 20. So that's why, again, you don't have to do that, but that's why there are 20 symbols in here as opposed to 11. So, again, right click, time frame, set record count, and then don't go crazy. You don't want to go crazy and like put 100. They'll be so small, you'll never see them. Okay. So I would maybe, I'd probably max it at 20. Even down here, it's hard to see perhaps a little bit, but those are the top 20 change from the close. With at least one relative volume. Most of the time, though, I mean, if you see a stock that's up 86%, you can rest assured the relative volume is going to be something crazy. So look at that, 282. The CGC. Look at the relative volume, 14. Not as crazy as that, but still, very high, 14. And again, what does that mean? It means up to this time of day, 2:30 Eastern time, it is trading 14 times what it is now. This is not an exact definition, but it's good enough. 14 times what it has normally done over the last 30 days up to 2:30. Okay? Not an exact definition, but good enough. All right, guys, 2:30. I've got about half an hour left. So again, good time to ask questions. Okay, guys, so not to hammer the point home, but I don't want people to miss out if you're thinking about taking it out a subscription, okay? And I just want to show this again because this code here, the 28% off the first month only, sorry, 28% off any annual subscription, that could be standard or premium, 26% off the first month only of a standard or premium. It it's only good until 11:59 p.m. Sunday night. Okay, that's the Eastern time. Eastern time. So if you're sitting on the West Coast and you're hemming and hawing, and then you try to do it at 11:40 West Coast time, it's not going to work. Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure. And now it's going to go down to from 28 to 25 and 26 to 23. Not like it's a big deal, but if you're thinking about doing it, you may as well get the best discount that you can. That's all. Okay. And the reason I do that is because I get lots of people emailing me after the fact saying, I was thinking about doing, I missed it, or I just lost sight of time. I didn't realize it was over 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Can you help me? And unfortunately, those codes, generally speaking, they disappear, so they won't work. So anyway, just I'm not trying to pressure anybody into doing it, but if you are going to do it, might as well take advantage of the best discount you can get. I mean, look how many red bars there are, guys, for CGC today. One little, and they're nothing that would really get you out of the trade. They're all very minor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that one, just a little guy. It's amazing. FedEx moving down. So that was an earnings play after hours. I know it was a good one. Good one in that popped up on 18%. It's still up 7%, but as William is saying, it's starting to move down. It hit a high of 291. And the low of the day is here at 281. And we have this one. This is one of the crazy ones, guys. I think SWL. No, it's not the one I was thinking of. But anyway, SWL. Earlier this week, it got up to here. Actually, yesterday, got up to what, 15, almost $15. Pulling back today and still moving down. And a low float, 4.3 million. This is the one out of the United Arab Emirates, right? That's right. Casa, you were. I thought that CGC had more like 300 million shares in the float because I remember it was such a high float. Now, wait a minute. On December 20th, it was because it says, unless that number is wrong, I thought it was more like 300 million in the float. That would imply 730 million in the float. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was I'm out a factor of 2. Because if they did a reverse split of 1 for 10 on December 20th, and they haven't done anything since, so that right now we've got 74 million approximately. I'll multiply that by 10. Well, I know I did, Ben. I have never, every time I've looked at a cannabis stock, and they have this little excitement in the pre-market, and then most of the time they just fade away. Not today. No, wow, look at AMTX now, guys. Too bad, just no shorts available for me anyway. Because that 7, that 7 really blocked it. Not that it hit well, actually, let's take a look now. 690 was the high, got a little bit above that high in the weekly, and then but that 703, and then from there, look at this drop. And, this is almost I mean, remember now, these are the giant red candles that didn't happen at all on that big run up. And what I mean by that is, you could easily stay in this trade all the way up. There's really no I mean, you could take some profit on the way up, of course, but there was no real reason to get out of the trade, but what if you'd had one of these giant red candles, like right here? Of course, you would have been out. Well, that's a good question for anybody who has Thinkorswim. It seems that Interactive Brokers has the easiest way, but maybe other platforms are easy or as easy. I don't think E-Trade is, but I mean, this is so nice, with this little window here, the SLP. This is showing me how many. You can't see the symbol here, but watch if I. So there you go, CGC. So right now, it's telling me it's not that you can't short, but they're going to have to find them for you. If you're going to intraday trade, I mean that's useless. So, but that tells me immediately. There you go. So TRML, 267,000 shares available. And what's nice about it is that as I'm looking, I can see whether or not there's some short covering, or which if they're short covering, that will increase, of course, or people snapping up the shorts. I just can't believe that other platforms don't have something as simple as that. Well, certainly if you have Interactive Brokers, it's worth it, but it can kind of give me an idea. But what happened? Fidelity, for instance, I think I said I had no shorts for some stock. I might have been CGC, and then somebody said there were 128,000 at Fidelity. So I mean, every broker is different. I'm surprised that there'd be so many at Fidelity and zero at Interactive Brokers, but that's why we cannot have a filter. We get a question like that quite a bit. Why can't you guys have a filter for filtering out stocks that don't have shorts available? Now, the problem is, of course, is that every broker is different. So the fact that I could say, well, Interactive Brokers got 100,000 shares available, you may look at your broker may have none, or vice versa. So, we can't have a filter that's going to cover every broker. So maybe it wasn't, thanks, retired Fido. So maybe it wasn't CGC, unless those 180,000 got snapped up. It's unbelievable to me that when you say that every single time, William, that E-Trade will not tell you how many shares are available. And Thinkorswim, you've got to call them. That's ridiculous. Ah, thank you, Blaine. Yeah, so the shorts were for AMTX. That's right. It was for AMTX. Somebody said that they had 130,000 or something at Fidelity. Now you see, look at this. So you can, I mean, not a lot, but now there are 1,400 shares available right now. There were none. So there's been a little bit of short covering. Probably in this giant move. So some lucky people were able to get it up here. And then now they're probably covering their shorts now. You can see how that just changed. Are we doing away with customizable races for standard subscribers? I don't know. I haven't heard that, but let me ask the question. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry guys. Just give me a moment, old McDonald. Okay, guys. So the question is, how does it help you to know how many shares? Well, I mean, obviously, if I want to, I guess the obvious thing, Dale, is if I want to short a stock, I have to see if there's shares available, right? So, I mean, that's the obvious thing. Okay. And then, to see how many shares are available, sometimes I mean, it doesn't influence me. I mean, if I only saw a few shares available, and I wanted to short, I would take them. I mean, if there are 1,000 shares and I want 1,000 shares, I will, do my best to take them. But it's not that if I only see 10,000 shares available, I think, oh, I better not short. It's just, I just want to really find out if there are shorts available. That's all. Now, with William, he looks at it a different way. He's just saying now he doesn't want to short a stock with limited share availability. Okay. But I mean, for me, I mean, the obvious thing is if I'm looking at a stock and it's moving down and I click on it, I just have to see right off the bat, can I short it? Is it available at Interactive Brokers? I mean, that's really the reason I have it. It's just more of a sort of out of interest. Let me see right now if AMTX has any left. Out of interest, just to see how many. But that doesn't tell me, that doesn't absolutely see. I mean, those 1,300 shares now have been snapped up. But again, just because IV doesn't have shares available, somebody said Fidelity had 134,000 of AMTX. So it used to be before people even heard about Centerpoint or Cobra or well, I'll talk about Trade Zero. I don't know if they're still that popular, but Interactive Brokers used to have the reputation for having shorts available out of a lot of the brokers that are out there. One of the reasons I switched to them. Yeah, CGC is still going. I'm really interested to see if this has like a second day continuation. I mean, if it does, guys, I mean, the 834 on the weekly chart, call it the 830 level, okay? I mean, if it gets through that on Monday, I mean, look at the possibilities. And, just because we think this is a giant candle here, we've seen many, many times massive follow-throughs. And this is not to tell people to, well, take this because I'm saying there's going to be a big follow-through on Monday. I'll be surprised if there is, but there could be. Well, the day that happens, if it happens, I mean, just look at M. But I'm looking at MSOS. I mean, I guess the waiting for CGC just is putrid in it. I don't know what makes up MSOS. See, this is the other one. This is the one that I used to always look at, MJ, as opposed to MSOS. So at least MSOS. So obviously MJ has more CGC and some of the Canadian ones in here. But I don't know, like, what makes up MSOS? Because it's doing nothing. You would not know that CGC is going crazy. I knew somebody would show. Obviously, CGC cannot be a big component. Oh, top holding is cash. Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, guys. 9 minutes to 3. I might pack it in now for no questions. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions. And maybe next week I'll have to become a little more aggressive on my breakdowns and breakouts and the combo scan. A little more aggressive. You know, I talked myself out of a lot of trades because I thought there was some resistance. So it looks like eventually. So your question, old McDonald, about customizing races, it looks like maybe eventually you'll need our premium service. Eventually, I don't know what that means though. I don't know if that's a week, 2 weeks, a year. So if that's your question, do I use trailing stops? I do not. Okay, and the reason being is that because I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. I like to manage my. I just manually manage my trades where I want to get out and. Well, old McDonald, I'm sorry to say, yeah. I mean, I don't know when it's going to happen though. I don't control that. So you guys have been talking about Bill. Wow. No kidding. I wish I'd put that on my chart. Look at that pop. I mean, the next high looking left was around 72.21. So you know what, old McDonald, I would you want to voice your discontent about that? You can always write something to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. Who knows? Maybe if enough people say, "What are you guys doing?" Maybe they won't do that. I don't know. Don't. I have no sway on on that sort of thing, though. I have no power at all. Okay, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, but there might be a lot of small fish out there who think the same way. You never know. Doesn't hurt. As Pepe said, you never know. Get that write-in campaign going. All right, guys, 2:56. So are there any more questions? Okay, what I'm going to do now is I will put the the main trading room link into our YouTube room. And so if you want to continue to discuss stocks and all that until 3:30, you can do so. Okay, there is the main, there's the trading room and support. Guys never been in the room before. It looks like this. Just GCT. So are you still swinging this one? What is it doing? Hmm. Or are you still swinging it? Like you have some for your long-term account. Now you're just sort of day trading it. You're still swinging it, okay? Link to the specials? Sure. Well, okay, here is this is as simple. This is as simple as it's going to get. Okay, so if you click on, I'm pretty sure this is going to get you to my homepage. Yeah, there you go. So you're on my homepage. Okay, so yeah, so all you have to do is click on the subscribe, and then pick whatever one you want, the monthly, the annual, and those are obviously don't use Barry 15, either use Barry 26 or Barry 28. And again, one last, it's going to disappear 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday night, because there will be a new set of promo codes for next week. Okay, guys, I don't see any further questions, so have a great weekend, everybody. I'll be on the mic 9 o'clock Monday morning, Eastern time, of course. So again, have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. I'm going to stop the screen sharing, and I'm muting myself now in the main room. And you guys in YouTube can still hear me. And I'll be shutting you guys down now. I did put the link in if you want to head over to the main room.